assume that your next meeting is 2 weeks from now?
It's not, it's a little off because of the holiday.
Yeah.
So the next meeting is September 12th.
That's fine for us. We can,
That's right?
we can submit plans to you in enough in advance of that.
Okay.
Okay?
So the next time you come back will most likely be September 12th then.
Okay,
All right.
very good.
We'll
I'm
see you
good
all
if you
then.
guys are good.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to presentation of the capital improvements plan. You right? Okay, Mr. Thomas is not with us tonight. He got stuck where he is on a business trip. So Jen and Danielle, mostly Danielle, but Jen, if you need to hop in, because we have to vote tonight to send the capital improvements project plan right to selectmen. So we have to,
Right, this board has to adopt the plan, and then we can move on from there. I do have
So,
this, Danielle, if you want to use it. And then I'll-
So, Mr. Chairman, Danielle Massey is the vice chairman of our committee. She just found that out a couple of meetings ago.
Yeah,
Selectman Cody, myself, and Jen Beauregard, and I think Rogers, not capital improvement master plan, I'm sorry. But she's best,
yep.
I think.
So Danielle, why don't you see if you can wing this and
I will wing this.
fill us in what we got here.
Oh, absolutely. So I'm just going to read a little reference from the CIP from NRPC, from Jay. He put the capital improvement plan together for us. Jen, actually on the front, we do have to add Kevin Cody to that.
Yeah, he has all those
Okay,
changes.
yeah. Oh, perfect.
There's a few missing, two missing.
Perfect. All right, so a quick introduction, because I know it's a late night for us. So it states, the preparation and adoption of the Capital Improvement Plan, CIP, is an important part of Pelham's planning process. A CIP aims to identify and resolve deficiencies in existing public facilities and to anticipate and meet future demands for capital facilities based on current and expected population increases in the citizens' use of public services. A CIP is a multi-year schedule that programs a series of municipal projects and their associated cost. Over the 7-year period considered by the CIP, the plan shows how the town should maintain, expand, and renovate facilities and services as needed to meet the growing demands of the existing as well as new residents and businesses. So with that, we did have a Pelham CIP committee, and it consisted of 6 members. And under the statute 674:5-A, we came together with the municipalities and their cost sheets and created the Appendix A. So with that, if I could bring your attention to that, we'll walk through it a little quickly, and if you have any questions, you can ask after. So number 1, we have for administrative, and general government. The only item we have for, I believe it's a Board of Selectmen, was the Main Street sidewalk expansion. So the cost without the debt revenue was $190,000, starting year 2024, and the finding method recommended was a 1 year. The next item we have is the police department, and they had 3 items on their CIP, and is a radio infrastructure, which was a cost of $511,588, starting year 2023. with the finance method of 1 year. This was the first urgent item that the committee wanted to propose on the document. So when it means urgent, that is, it cannot be delayed and needed for health and safety. So I think that's important to address that. The police second item under letter B is a remodel expansion for gym, training, and training room and evidence. And that came to a cost without debt of $82,628. Starting year would be 2023, and the financial method would be the 1 year, and N was the recommendation by the CIP, meaning it's necessary. The line 3 item for the Pelham Police is the animal control shelter. The cost without debt is $274,709. Starting year for that is 2024, with a 1 year appropriation for finance method. And the CIP subcommittee recommended that under a necessary/R, which is necessary, but we needed some research on that. The fire department. The fire department had, I believe, 2 items with the capital reserve withdrawals. So the first item is to replace the ambulance 2 in the amount of $300,000. Their projected year for that would be 2026. And the CIP priority recommendation was a C and an N, which would be a committed and necessary for that ambulance 2. The second item they had was to replace engine 3 with their cost of $720,000. Projected year would be 2026, and we have a recommendation of N for necessary. The second item they do have, it looks like we have a revenue, is it a revenue, Jen, of the $300,000?
That's for the replacement of ambulance 2, is the $300,000 out
That's
of
what
the
I-
capital reserve, yep.
Perfect, thank you, okay.
Welcome.
So next item we have is the highway department. They have 3 items. The first item is a catch basin cleaning clamshell truck. The cost for that would be $318,522, and their starting year would be 2023, and that is is recommended by the CIP with a D for desirable, which means needed to improve quality or level of services. The next item for highway would be a culvert replacement in the amount of $128,156 for 2023, and it is also recommended as N for necessary. The last item for highway is a 2010 dump truck replacement, and the cost without debt would be $274,400, projected year 2024, also N for necessity. Is it necessity? Yeah, am I correct with that? Necessary, I'm sorry. It's a little late. The next item would be the transfer station, the solid waste disposal. And they have 3 items that they have on, the first item is a 1999 trash compactor replacement in the amount of $88,500 for 2023, and that is coming up as an urgent. The next item would be a new tractor in the amount of $185,000, 2023, also urgent. And then we have a F5550 back body dump with a plow and sander in the amount of $110,000 for 2023, and that is coming up R for research. Jen, did you want to add anything to the research item on that, or?
No, I think we just wanted them to get a better price on that. We didn't really have good enough information to go on for that.
Perfect, all right. Next item would be for the Park and Recreation. They had 1 item under requested, and it would be for restrooms at Raymond Athletic Fields in the amount of $200,000 projected for 2024, and it came up for priority recommendation D, which would be a desirable. Library would be the next item. They had renovations in the amount of $184,965,000 projected for 2023. The finance method recommended was an offset appropriation. Jen, was that in reference to that library? Was that because
This money's already in reserve. They've already.
That's right.
They've already appropriated all those funds.
That's what I thought, okay, that's what I thought, perfect. And then the recommendation was what, C for committed, so it's already been all set. The next item is cemetery. They had no CIP request at this time. The senior center also had no CIP request at this time. The Pelham School District, Jen, you might have to help me with this one. This is, do you think you can jump into this one and explain it to everybody?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can try and jump into this. Other than the bonds, I think we've already, the bond schedules are already in place from prior years for the Pelham High School addition and for the Memorial School upgrade renovation. But the items that we acted on through this committee was the Pelham Elementary School AC system, Phase 2, which is first floor classrooms. They're looking to do that in 2023, and the committee rated that as necessary, but more research is required. They're also doing the Pelham Elementary School asphalt parking lot and roadways. The committee voted that in as necessary. That is $208,000. I would think that's a 600.
600,
I'm a
yep.
little blind.
Yep.
That's to take place in 2024. They're looking to do it that year because I believe they want to do it in conjunction with the Memorial School parking lot. Pelham Elementary School AC system Phase 3, gym and all remaining items. Again, necessary, but more research is needed. I think this is
Yes, 600,000.
$600,132, scheduled for 2025. And the Pelham High School student parking lot replacement, more research was needed, and that was to take place in 2026. And that's $295,830. I did just want to point out with the Highway Department's request that their catch basin cleaning clamshell truck, that one is a loan that they're looking to obtain, and the culvert replacement, if they were to get that, is a grant. And I think it's a grant that's offset, well, the loan, I think, is offset by a grant for the portion being paid for by the town. So that's the spreadsheet in a nutshell. And the report itself that you have does have some edits that need to happen. And I think if you are going to accept this plan, we should just accept it with these changes. I can go over them real quick if you want. There's not that many. But their front page lists the members of the committee. They were missing Kevin Cody from the Board of Selectmen and Greg Smith from the Budget Committee. So I asked Jay Mancara to add those. On page 11, they just have a misprint in the cost of the Pelham Elementary School AC system Phase 2. It should be $584,790. Page 14, they still had Muldoon Park renovations listed in here. They do need to remove that because the Parks and Rec, I think, decided to split up some of those improvements and just add it to their budget as needed. Page 15, Pelham Elementary School air conditioning system Phase 2 is in 2023, and I think they had it mismarked in here, and Phase 3 is in 2025. Oh, the report says to be decided, so that needs to be checked, and it was ranked necessary but needing more research. And page 15, Pelham High School student parking, the report shows this as necessary, but it should be R for more research, and we show it in 2026, so he has to correct that. And page 16, Raymond Park restrooms with storage needs to be added under the desirables because it was missing from the report. And I did hear back from Jay Mancara today that he'll make all those changes. And that's it.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Danielle. You did awesome.
All right, so we need to make a recommendation to the selectmen with the amendments that Jen just mentioned. Would anybody like to make a motion that we recommend this to the selectmen?
I do. I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
And do we have a second?
Second. I can't second, so.
Jim's got his hand up, but he's not speaking. So we have a motion and a second. All those, I got to point, Scott, why don't you vote on this one?
Okay.
Yeah, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? Okay, that's a 7-0-0 vote. So if, Kevin, you can get that to the selectmen?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Roger?
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn, Mr.
What would
Chairman.
that motion be for, Roger?
I'd like to make a motion that we...
Second.
We'll adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? We are adjourned.
I'm glad we got the CIP in.
We're good? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the August 30th, 2022 meeting of the Pelham Board of Selectmen. We're going to bring the meeting to order and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Selectman Bergeron, if you would lead us off.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
All right, we have quite a bit to get through tonight, but we are going to start off as per usual with a review of meeting minutes. And it looks like we have everything from the meeting of August 9th as well as the 16th, so if anyone has any corrections they would like to enter into the record. I did have one, but I think we're still waiting on a name. Line 26, it is cited as saying Julie started by explaining. I think it would behoove us all to put in who Julie is, first and last name. So as soon as we have that information, we will update the minutes. Does anybody else have any corrections for the minutes of August 9th?
Motion to approve?
You know what, before we do that, I just realized we are short one tonight, but we are not actually short one tonight. I was supposed to let everyone know that Selectman Takesian is joining us via Zoom. She is away on vacation, but still with us, and I believe, can she hear us, Jim?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. This is great. Okay, so Selectman Takesian is joining us remotely, and just for the sake of formality, Selectman Takesian, is anybody with you right now?
My cousin is in the other room, but she's not in this room with me. But she is in the other room.
Thank you. Do you have any corrections to make to the meeting minutes of August 9th?
I do not.
Okay. All right, so, Mr. Croto, you said you were moving to have these approved?
So moved, yes.
Second?
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. That is 5-0. As amended, once we get Julie's last name. Who seconded that? Was that
I
Mr.
did.
Cody? Thank you. All right, moving on to the minutes of August 16th. Does anybody have any corrections?
Motion to approve?
Okay, thank you.
Second?
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. That is 5-0. We're going to have to slow this down, otherwise we're going to be out of here in daylight. All right. Now that the meeting minutes are squared away, is there anybody here tonight to speak to the board in open forum? All right, seeing none, we can move into our regular appointments. 6:35, Bob Long and Rhonda Martin, speaking to the trash contract. Welcome back.
Good evening.
Good evening, Bob Long, interim superintendent down the transfer.
Rhonda Martin for the transfer station.
All right, the floor is yours.
After looking into all of our options at the transfer station, I think right now it's in the best interest to go with Waste Management for a 5-year contract.
So Waste Management for a term of 5 years. Does anyone on the board have any comments on this? I know we've been looking over extensive proposals, and Mr. Long and Ms. Martin and Chief Rourke have all been working on this quite a bit. So does anyone have any questions?
Just to clarify, K-Town will be doing our tipping and Waste Management is doing our hauling.
Yes,
Yes, just so the public knows.
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And it's considerably cheaper to go with Waste Management.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and just so everyone's on the same page, Waste Management, the estimated cost is $110 per ton.
Yes, yes.
okay with 3.5 calls a week, plus the Covanta disposal of $318,895. This,
What was that?
I was just reading the Covanta disposal cost.
Yeah, this is, Waste Management's 110 per
Yep.
ton.
Yep,
It goes to Turnkey in Rochester,
okay.
and that's hauling and tonnage included.
Thank you, that makes more sense. Where did you say it was going? To Turnkey in what town?
Rochester, New Hampshire?
Thank you. All right. So no one has any questions? Mr. Cody?
No, I just wanted to thank you guys for all the work you've done on this. I know how hard you guys worked on it. It's been a long time. And, your efforts are really, really appreciated. So, great
Oh,
job.
thank you.
Great job.
I appreciate it.
Thanks.
We appreciate it very much.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's, you
Thank you.
guys have been going through this for a while, so, like Kevin said.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think also we do owe a thank you to Mr. Cody. I know a lot of your efforts in this particular field, whether it was looking for RFPs on trash pickup, I know you got a lot of kickback for that, but it was a very valuable piece of the puzzle to have. So thank you for all of your work in this, signs notwithstanding.
You're welcome.
All right, so what do we need to do about this? Do we need to make a motion to accept this, or do we just let it ride?
I'll make a motion to accept Waste Management's contract for the transfer station.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Selectman Decasion?
She muted?
I'm sorry, did you ask me to vote?
Yes, please.
Okay, my vote is yes, affirmative.
Okay, and I also vote yes, so that is 5-0. So that passes. Again, thank you very much for all your work on this, guys. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thanks.
You want me to grab Joe?
I'm sorry?
Grab Joe for the next part?
All right, we are going to begin with reviewing, well, not begin with, we are going to begin the process of reviewing and voting on the town budget. Once we approve this budget, it gets passed on to the town's budget committee.
Oh, boy.
And then the budget committee will pull it apart. So this is by no means the end of the budget process. We are just waiting for everyone to come on back to the days. We can get going. Do you guys think the best way to do this is just alphabetically?
Sure.
Just hit a button. Okay, there we go. We're good? Ugh, this laptop has no sense of humor. All right. It's not letting.
Question for the chair.
Please.
Wish list items, are we voting on whether we accept or not accept? How are we doing that?
You okay?
Where are we at?
Right, so we're waiting on Selectman Decasion to come back. I believe we vote on whether or not wish list items are going to get put into the budget or not this evening.
And then we vote on the budget on that item as a whole. Like, if we're going to do the assessor, there's a wish list item,
Then we would add the wish list item
and then
into
vote
the
on that.
assessor's budget.
Yes. Thank you.
We're good, okay. So, like I said, we're just going to go through this alphabetically. So the assessor's office would be first. Do we need everyone to come up here individually, or they're just here in case we have questions? All right, here we go. So the assessor's office was pretty much, I should have asked for this on paper. This computer is having issues. Okay. So the operating budget for the year of 2022 was $225,413. They are asking, the default budget for 2023, there it is, okay, $228,857 for an increase of $3,444. Those increases were primarily carried by things that were either contractual obligations or beyond the control of the department. Does anyone have questions or comments?
Did you say the requested budget? That was the default, right?
See, this is why we have to have more coffee. All right, the 2023 requested budget, $229,193, which would be an increase of $3,780. My apologies.
Assessor.
So not a far cry from the default budget at all. Questions or comments for the assessor's office? Do we have a blank wish list?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 request of $229,193.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye, that is 5-0. So the assessor's budget will be passed on to the budget committee. All right, the budget committee's budget is next. I don't know, this one seems silly to even bother going through. The budget committee had a 2022 operating budget of $2 with no increase, making the 2023 default budget also $2 and the 2023 request being $2.
Motion to approve that budget.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye, so budget passes. Mr. Cody, that was you. Who seconded that?
I seconded it, Kevin.
Thank you. All right, cable. This is not working. Okay, here we go. The 2022 operating budget of the cable department was $153,731. The 2023 default budget would be $156,203 for an increase of $2,472. The 2023 request is for $165,647, which will be an increase of $11,916. And in that budget, I believe we had a wish list item. Thank you so much. Didn't we?
Nope.
Don't see
No?
one. Did you see that?
This thing keeps blinking.
There's
All right.
no wish list.
There is no wish list item. All right, so does anyone have questions or comments for cable?
Motion to approve the 2023 requested budget of $165,647.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. That is 5-0. All right, next up we have the cemetery. Hang on, I'm having some technical difficulties. All right, the 2022 operating budget is $176,203. The 2023 default budget would be $177,101 for an increase of $1,460. The 2023 request is $177,573, which is an increase of $1,370. This, I'm not sure it can be correct.
That number, the increased number doesn't make sense, but
It does not.
None of the numbers that I have are the numbers that you're reading. Well, the requested budget, I have the 177,573,
yes.
That's what I have.
Yeah,
but my operating budget is 174,283 for 2022.
I don't have that. Mr. Demers?
I have 176,203 for the 2022 operating budget.
That's what I have.
That's what I have.
That's what, okay.
So how am I on the wrong spreadsheet, Brian? Can you help me out?
I don't know. If you refresh your screen, refresh your tab, that might help.
Well, the increase number certainly doesn't make sense.
It should be 2132, an extra
Yeah.
$573, or $1, whatever it is. If no one has any questions, I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 requested budget of $177,573.
So moved. I mean, second, my bad.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. All right, which brings us out to conservation. All right, the 2022 operating budget was $5,989 with a 0% increase. So the 2023 default budget would be $5,989. The 2023 request would be $6,689 for an increase of $700.
There is a wish list item.
Like at this point, this computer keeps blinking, so I might just,
Feel like I can read it for you?
would you? Because
Sure.
I can't get to it.
I'd like to, this is from the wish list, looking to create a conservation, basically, it reads weird, but they got a quote from NRPC for $3,800 to have the natural resource inventory updated, so the master plan and what we have in inventory equals the same in 2023.
Is there anybody here from Conservation to speak on this?
Yeah. Oh, good. Well, at least the wish list item came back. So there's nobody here from Conservation? All right, does the board have any thoughts on the wish list item?
I did, I think it's a good idea, since we're in a plan phase for the town, with the master plan, that the conservation, they have a plan, an inventory, and a utilization plan on that inventory. I think it should coincide with the master plan, so I think, I think we should move ahead with that. That's my opinion.
Do you remember what the timetable was on this? How long the study would take? Was it a...
It's, I wouldn't call it a study. It's good. They're going to inventory everything we have, basically.
Yep.
And, you know, what the future has for what we have in town, what's not preserved. And it's basically just a 10-year plan on what we have and what maybe moving forward.
Okay.
Basically an assessment. That's how I took it.
Whether it'll be done this year?
Next year.
Next year. All right.
I'll make a motion to approve that wish list item for $3,800.
Second.
Okay, can we get a motion to approve the budget for conservation, please?
I'll get a motion to approve that budget with the added $3,800. I believe it should be $10,489.
That has been added to the budget, and it is in there at that dollar amount, yes. $10,489.
All right, can we get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye. All right, conservation is approved. The next up would be debt service interest. All right, the 2022 operating budget for debt service was $78,740. The 2023 default budget would be $68,881 for a decrease of $9,859. The 2023 request is $68,881.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye. Debt service principal. One second. All right, the 2022 operating budget, $705,845. The 2023 default budget is $487,416 for a decrease of $218,429. The 2023 request is the 2023 default budget of $487,416.
Motion to approve that?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye, so that is 5-0.
Can we just make a note that the reason that it's gone down is because the municipal building is now paid for?
We can make
So
it.
that will not be in the budget anymore.
Which building is paid for?
The municipal building, the one you're in? So it's $280,000 coming out of the budget because that loan is paid.
Awesome. All right, so next up would be elections. All right, the 2022 operating budget was $31,187. The 2023 default is $24,728. This would be a decrease of $6,959, driven by the fact that we have significantly fewer elections this year. The 2023 request is $18,143, which is a decrease in price of $13,044.
Could we just,
Make a motion, sorry.
Hang on, Mr.
could we
Cody.
just clarify that that number's correct? For the elections? Yes? All right, sorry, Charlene, go ahead.
So I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 request for elections budget.
Second?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
I vote
Aye.
aye. All right, next up is emergency management. Mr. Cody, could I ask a huge favor?
Sure.
I'm having some technical difficulties on my end, so if you can see a wish list item, rather
Yeah, I
than trying to
see
get
one.
my computer to cooperate, if you could just send a flag up for me?
Take mine.
No, I think we're okay.
Okay.
It's the evil I know.
Okay.
I don't see a wish list item.
Like, if you just happen to see one, just throw a hand up so I'm aware. Okay, so the 2022 operating budget for emergency management was $9,041. The 2023 default budget is $9,173 for an increase of $132. The 2023 request is for $10,673, which would be an increase of $1,632.
Motion to approve the 2023 requested budget of $10,673.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. All right, next up is the fire department. Hang on, it's going. All right, the 2022 operating budget for the Pelham Fire Department was $2,883,761. The 2023 default budget is $2,904,214 for an increase of $25,778. The 2023 requested budget is $2,918,972 for an increase of $35,211. Chief Midgley, would you like to come up?
Going over the town budget, the town side of it, through the Excel spreadsheet, we noticed there are a couple of items that didn't get pulled over into the default budget. If you go to page 2, under ongoing fire, education, overtime, contractual, there are the second and the third item did not get pulled over into the default budget.
Can you give me the line, Jim?
I don't think we have lines on ours.
We don't have page numbers. Chief, what was it under?
It is, if you go past salaries, then overtime contractual, and then ongoing fire, education, overtime contractual. So it would be fire, training, continuing education.
Line 93.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the second one.
I'm sorry, you said, what was it? Fire training?
Fire training, continuing education. And
Ongoing fire education, is that what it? Okay.
Yep. The second and the third one did not get moved over to the default budget. The bottom line is correct, but the default side just didn't get that number moved over.
That's contractual?
Contractual, yeah.
Okay, it wasn't in here as contract, okay.
That's
Okay.
it.
Thank you for the clarification.
Brian, you got that? Mr. Morris?
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna put that right in.
Does anybody else have questions while we have Chief Midgley on the stand? Run for it.
Thank you.
All right. So the bottom line remains the same, correct?
It should. Yes, the 2023 request should be the same.
Perfect.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 request of $2,918,972.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, vote aye. That is 5-0. All right, next up would be the health officer. All right, so the 2022 operating budget was $87,956. The default budget would remain $87,956, and the 2023 request is $87,956. So
Motion to
level-
approve the 2023 request of $87,956.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye, that is 5-0. All right, next up is health services. Here we go. All right, 2022 operating budget for health services was $73,700 level funded, so the default budget, $73,700. On the 2023 request is again $73,700.
Motion to approve the 2023 request of $73,700.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye. All right, next up is the highway department.
Wish list item here.
That's, I was gonna say that one,
Can we talk about the wish list before we go to the budget? It's only one.
absolutely.
They have a number in here for the total cost. Is there new information on that? Is there a lease now they were looking for?
I think that's a decision we'd make tonight, whether we want to fund it total amount or try and find a lease. I don't have lease numbers right now. And they were, in terms of the grant, I think they were looking for a low-interest loan through the program, but Jim, if I'm correct, that didn't work out. If you want to come up, that's fine.
As far as the grant, the low-interest loan, we haven't heard back yet. The thing that got denied was the grant for Bush Hill Road for replacing the culvert. Two separate things.
Okay.
I think I'm going to end up going, the wish list item doesn't really matter. I think what we're going to do is, it's a warrant article.
Yes.
So the question is, are we going to approve going forward with a warrant article? Do we need to do that? We could just write a warrant article and put it on the ballot.
Yes, I believe we would just write the warrant article.
So
and then
for
we would
tonight,
approve
we're just
the warrant.
voting on their budget, and if the town votes on the warrant article, that would automatically get sorted out at that point.
I believe you could vote tonight to support a warrant article for that amount, and that way the budget committee would understand that's going to be one of the warrant articles. And then we would write it going forward.
However way it goes, right?
That's the way, right. In that warrant article, the vote to put on a warrant article tonight would reflect the Board of Selectmen's support or non-support of the warrant article, meaning if it's unanimous, it'll say supported by the Board of Selectmen, 5-0. So I think tonight would be the night to vote whether it should go forward as a warrant article.
I think this is a good idea, seeing what the cost is and the service that we're getting for the cost. So I'm going to make a motion to approve a warrant article for the purchase of a catch basin cleaner for the cost of $318,522. I'm going to say $320,000.
That sounds like a better idea.
I'll second that.
All right, all those in favor of supporting the warrant article?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, I'm sorry.
I vote aye.
I cut out a little bit here too, so,
Nope,
sorry.
you're totally fine. All right, so we will be writing a warrant article to bring before the voters of Pelham for a catch basin cleaner, and we will discuss that in greater detail later on, so that the citizens have a 100% clear understanding of what we're talking about. Okay, so that being set aside, the 2022, that's not included in these numbers, correct?
No.
Is it included in the, nope. We're good, right? That 287 is just the, okay. So the 2022 operating budget for the Highway Department was $1,863,582. The 2023 default budget would be $1,964,403 for an increase of $114,410. The request for 2023 would be $2,151,382 for an increase of $287,800.
Before I make a motion, I just want to point out that a lot of this is related to snow. So we decided to go a little more with the snow just because of the gas and
Yep.
and such. So so if we have no snow, we're going to luck out. But I'll make a motion for the 2023 request of $2,151,382.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye.
That's it.
Thanks, Mr.
Thank you.
Hoffman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up is Human Services. The 2022 operating budget was $73,820. The 2023 default budget would be $75,640 for an increase of $1,820. The 2023 request is $75,640 with an increase of $1,820. So it is the default budget.
Motion to approve the 2023 request of $75,640.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye. All right. Insurance, are we doing that tonight, or did we just kick this one down the road as well?
I don't think we have the final numbers on that, so I'm not exactly sure on the, do we bring that back at deliberative
I think we do. I don't think we get
Okay.
these numbers until much later in the
I
year.
think it's November.
Right.
When we get the number, actual number.
So that final number will get closer to the deliberative session and have it brought forward.
Right. Mr. Keegan, does that sound correct to you?
I'm not sure what we'd want, so do we vote on this budget tonight and then amend it at deliberative session?
The Budget Committee does a reconsideration meeting, and usually this is when this gets taken care of.
Right. I was going to say, at this point, everything's kind of theoretical, right? So I think we're going to let this go to the Budget Committee. We're not going to deal with it quite yet until we get those solid numbers in November.
So we don't have to approve it to go to the Budget Committee?
I don't know that we can.
I think we do have to approve this particular number, and it'll be amended down the road, because we do need a number to bring the budget forward.
I believe
So
that's correct.
it's a placeholder number until the official numbers come through.
Okay. All right, well, so for placeholder purposes, the 2022 budget for insurance was $2,890,653. The 2023 default budget is $3,012,542 for an increase of $121,889. We are assuming that will be steady, so the 2023 requested budget is $3,012,542, but this number acts as a placeholder only until we get the correct numbers in later this year.
Make a motion to approve the 2023 request of $3,012,542.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. All right, legal. All right, so we are looking at a fee for legal matters hourly. The 2022 operating budget was $96,000. It is being level funded, so the 2023 default would be $96,000, and the request for 2023 remains $96,000.
Just real quick, that's a contract we have. And that contract gives us certain services for that price. There's opportunity that we could go over based on what happens in the town. But I have a question for Chief. That's a year-to-year contract, right?
I believe so, yes. And that's correct. If we have, typically it's land use things that drive, that we have X amount that we're represented in, and if we go over that amount, we can see some additional funds, so. But I'm comfortable at 96,000. It's never a lot more than that, so.
If that's all the questions, I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 request of $96,000.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye. All right, library. Okay, the 2022 operating budget was $584,374. The 2023 default budget would be $594,482 for an increase of $10,108. The 2023 request is $566,655, which would be an increase of $17,719.
Is there anybody from the library here? No, right? Just had a question. They were supposed to send us a set of plans about the noise
Abatement?
The last time they were here for budget, I asked them for a set of plans for the noise abatement. I don't know if they got that to us, so I was going to ask them why they were here.
I'm not sure how far along they've gotten even on the plans on this, so.
Okay.
Because and I don't want to speak for the library, but I know they were having some difficulties getting contractors to do what they're asking to do.
All right, that being said, can we get a motion to approve the budget for the library?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 requested budget for $566,655.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye. All right, next up is Parks and Recreation.
Some wish lists.
There's a wish list item.
Do you want to talk about that first?
Please.
Sure.
So on the wish list, increase maintenance pay rate from $13 to $15 an hour. The second wish list is Muldoon Playground renovation, shade structure, new swing bays, updated swings with installation is $40,968.59. Requested to be added to the 390 repairs project. Third wish list, trash removal. There will be a new provider next year. I'm unsure what the cost will be, which...
That number has been adjusted in the budget
Okay.
with the new numbers.
Chair, if I may?
Please.
I think the Muldoon Playground renovation project, I'm not going to support that for this year. I think there's some other things that I want to add to the budget that are a little more important. So that being said, I'll make a motion to approve the pay rate increase.
I'll second that.
All those in favor of the pay increase?
Aye.
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 I vote aye.
Can we talk about the Muldoon Playground renovation?
Absolutely.
So does he have money in his 80s fund that he could use for any of these renovations?
Mr. Johnson, do you want to come up, please? Nice to see you.
There is some money in the 80s fund. The one problem with that is whether it's a playground, it's not a program. It's where you're supposed to use the 80s fund money towards programs, not so much capital improvements. I know when we reseed fields and stuff like that, we charge it to one of the programs, whether it's soccer, lacrosse, or whoever's using the field or stuff like that. So that was the one technicality why I came to you guys for the money for the playground, where there's not a program at the playground.
Do you have a number for updating the equipment, not so much the shade structure?
The shade structure was about 20, so it would be about 23 for the swings.
I'm more apt to go to do some maintenance upgrades to the actual equipment, if you're okay with that. I just don't, I don't see.
No, I understand
Chief,
exactly where
right?
you're coming from, yeah. And I don't have a problem putting it off and trying to find another way. But if I did, I'd rather do, if it's one section, so we're gonna tear down to put up the structure and build the swings around it type thing. It's something where I could definitely put the swings up this year and just leave that space waiting for a shade structure in the future. We could do something like that.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Keegan.
Thank you. Can you justify the upgrades to the playground equipment and the shade structure because the kids use that when there are programs going on, like football or baseball in the surrounding areas? There are the programs that are generating funds for this 80s fund?
It's somewhat of a spin, but I guess you can spin it, yeah.
What's governing you that says you can only use that, you can't use it for capital improvements except for programs?
The RSA says it's not for capital improvement, it's to be used for the programs.
So Kevin, our RSA guy, do you know if we could stretch the RSA to use the funds in the 80s fund to improve the playground because it's being used by families that are also playing on the fields at the same time?
I wouldn't want to stretch that. I wouldn't feel comfortable stretching that. that playground gets played on, but I don't think it's,
Yeah, what we're doing is improving, we're not fixing.
right.
So there's nothing that's a safety concern out there. So I understand the board is, if there's other projects going on, that we put this one on hold. Again, it's not a safety issue, we're not fixing something, it'll be an improvement.
So do you want to maybe put this on hold altogether, and then maybe next year see if we can do it altogether, or do you want to go forward and do?
I'd rather do it all together and make that one section, so I'm okay with putting it on hold.
All right.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Right. Hang on.
The 15 an hour number.
It's going to have to check.
There it is, okay.
Question?
Yes, please.
So approving the pay hike raise, we'll probably have some new numbers here then.
Yes, we will.
Numbers on,
If we approve the pay raise,
That would be $2,400.
It's 24, okay.
Yeah.
thank you.
that was inserted, correct?
That is
Did I make
inserted.
that?
That was already inserted.
already, okay.
Yes,
So it's already live.
It's already live.
right. The number you'll be voting on
Just
includes
did it.
the
You
adjustment.
just did it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, I was like,
All right.
Did we vote on that? Yeah, we did.
I haven't even read this part. We did wish
No,
list first.
the wish list, we voted on that, right?
Voted on the wish list, yes. All right, so the 2022 operating budget for Parks and Rec was $276,330. The default budget would be $279,921 for an increase of $3,766. With the approved pay increase for the maintenance staff, we are looking at a 2023 request of $287,864 for an increase of $11,500.
That's the old budget.
That's the old budget. Why would it refresh? Hit refresh. You know, I think I just broke the whole internet. It's not going. Hang on.
The new 2023 request would be $290,264.
Thank you.
Yes, that's what I have too.
I have nothing right now.
Don't have it either.
All right. So can we get a motion to approve the budget?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 requested budget of $290,264.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye.
The difference in the number, Mr. Keeshan, should be $2,400 from what you have to what we have.
I actually had I even had a worse number than that. I have, the request is $284,564. I have the default budget is $279,921.
Okay, that's what I have as default.
Did you hit
And I
refresh?
I'm looking at a thing that says multiple people edited just now, so I look at that copy, and I get my operating budget for 2022 was $276,330. I think we agree on that. The
Yes.
default budget for 2023, I have $279,921.
That's
And
correct.
the 2023 request is $284,564.
I am showing $290,264.
Charlene, refresh your computer.
You want me to do?
Yeah, hit the refresh button again.
Refresh, please.
What is refresh?
At the top, there's a little circle arrow.
Circle arrow.
You know where it says
At the-
Pelham, I'm sorry,
Nope, you go for it.
where it says Pelham, New Hampshire, SharePoint, right up, like the taskbar up top? There's a little refresh button on the right.
I don't see anything that says SharePoint.
Are you looking at it through the browser?
I am looking at it.
We could send our IT guy up there.
Yeah, why don't you? That'd be good.
See you in a bit.
Close down the budget and come back into it.
Oh, yeah, that'll work. No one ever defaults to like turn it off and turn it back on again. It's just shut the budget off and then turn it back.
Is she connected to the internet with her iPad?
Well, she's on Zoom.
That's her phone.
Are you on Wi-Fi?
I am. Hold on, don't give me too many questions at one time here.
What's your address? Can we come swimming?
Wait, I don't know what to do here. Upload, it says upload pending, SharePoint Town of Pelham.
Well, that's, just turn it off and on. It's step one.
Hey, are you guys talking about me?
No.
Yes.
Kevin is. I'm having the same computer issues, so don't worry about it. Just wishing I got myself a bigger coffee.
Wait, we already voted on that?
No, I still have the same numbers. That's all right, just keep going, it's okay. You guys have the right numbers, so it's good. I'm good.
All right. So after parks. Planning, here we go. Is there a wish list item? I believe
Yes.
there is. Let's discuss that first.
Ms. Beauregard, do you want to come up?
So you are looking for Civic Gov permitting, planning, and code enforcement software powered by Civic Plus. Take it away.
I don't know, do you have any questions other than what we've already spoken about? I think this program is a move in the right direction for not just our department, but for the assessing department, fire department. It's an integrated system that works very well with municipalities. I had submitted to the board, I don't know if you got a chance to look at it, but reviews from other towns. If you look at their pros and cons, there really aren't any cons, and the ones that they were really minor. That's really it. I think it'd be a great benefit for the public to be able to access all of this information online, as well as each and every department being able to note, any restrictions that are on any properties that we can catch pretty easily without, right now, the program we have to look at multiple modules and open up different things to try and find if there's any notes from code enforcement. There's nothing right now that like conservation could add notes to, and this would open up them also being able to log in and make notes, and it's really it.
First year investment's 38,000, that's what we have, and then year two is 21,000.
It goes down to about 22-ish, I think.
And is
yeah.
that like pretty much kind of stay around there?
I would think so. I mean, I guess it would be a contract, and I don't know how long, the contract would be for, but some of those fees that are on there are one-time setup fees.
I think the information you gave us was excellent, and I definitely would support this. So I think this is good for not just the plan department, but the entire town.
Thank you.
So,
Agree.
if no one has any other questions, I'll make a motion to approve the Civic Gov permitting software. First year being 38,000, and second year 21,000. Can I use those numbers?
I believe so, yeah. 38 for sure for the first year.
All right, so we'll just stick with 38,000 for the first year.
Second for discussion. So second for discussion. Are we locked into a 2-year, or can we lock into something longer?
I actually
Get a
don't
fee
know the
structure.
terms of their contract yet. Brian, do you know? Did they give us any type of time frame?
I don't think so. I'd have to go back and review what they gave us, but it was really just more of a proposal.
If it's possible, when you go in front of the budget committee, can you see if you can grab a contract,
I can,
please?
yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Mr. Demers, we have other licensing things and technology that we have one-year contracts on. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. I believe once we get into this, I just think there's no going back. I just think that's the way we're going to be going forward. So I think it's a great move forward.
Yeah, I think it's a great move. I just want to see the numbers, if you don't mind.
Nope.
Okay. So I have a first. Can I get a second? Did you second?
Yeah, second for discussion.
Got it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. That is 5-0. All right, now on to the planning budget. The 2022 operating budget for the planning department was $641,402. The 2023 default budget is $615,061 for a decrease of $25,941. The 2023 request is $536,715 for a decrease of $104,687, making
Motion
you
to
our
approve.
favorite department.
Motion to approve the 2023 request of $536,715.
Second.
All those in favor?
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Demers.
With the increase in the 38,000, I have $574,715.
Oh, thank you.
Hang on, let me hit refresh. That would help us all.
574.
574,715.
You say 574 what, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, 574,715.
I'll amend my motion for that number.
Oh, it's still not going. That's okay, I'll come back to it. Okay, we have a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
But it's up now, so.
It's up now?
It's up now, yeah.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye. It's 5-0. Yep, there it is. Okay. Next up is the police budget.
Wish list.
Wish list first.
You don't see that? You don't see?
I think there's a capital improvement.
See any wish list on yours?
All right, so the police wish list items include a comfort dog, rifle replacements, a motorcycle replacement for the 2009 Harley Davidson, and fees to hire an architect to draft plans for the animal shelter.
Heather, were you going to try to get someone to work on an architectural plan for the animal shelter?
I am. So the semester just started on Monday, which gives me significantly greater hope that someone's going to answer an email. Trying to get faculty to answer things over the summer is not fun. So for those of you who are just joining us, I am actually enrolled in an architectural college, and I thought it would be a fun project for some of the undergraduates to run a design contest for an architectural drafting for the animal shelter. So it would be faculty supervised, but until I get a hard yes from a professor who is stamped, I am a little hesitant to volunteer this. I have a pretty good feeling that we can get it done, but I can't swear to it at this point.
I guess we could appropriate the money, and then if we don't need it, it just goes back into the general fund.
Yeah. Is there anything police wants to add to this, the wish list? Speak about it at all? Is there anything you want to add to this, or all the numbers work? Everything that's here? Everything looks good. Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the $10,000 fee to hire an architect to draft the plans for the animal shelter.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Vote aye.
I think I want to make a motion to approve the request for a motorcycle at the cost of $25,483.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Keeshan?
Aye.
Vote aye. That's 25,483.
I'll also make a motion to approve a wish list item for rifle replacement at $5,500.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye.
It's up to the rest of the board, but I'm not willing to make a motion on the comfort dog yet. I just have too many questions to move on that. There's a lot of moving parts in my opinion, so unless someone else wants to make a motion.
I wouldn't mind speaking with Ann.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I guess my question would be, I know you got some guidance to whereas it wouldn't make sense and it's not fair to the dog to just sit in dispatch and have revolving people take care of the dog. So that is 100% kind of off the table as to have just the dog stay at the PD?
Yes, at this point, there have been 5 different places that I've spoken to that support therapy dogs and training and whatnot, and ultimately we would get the dog therapy trained because that allows you to go into schools and everything else. Comfort dog training is just, that threshold's just a little bit lower. So ultimately we'll call it a comfort dog, but it'll really be therapy certified. Comfort doesn't have a certification technically to it. You pass basic obedience and whatnot. Therapy comes with the certification and then reduces even more liability as far as how the dog works. Every single place that I've spoken to that supports this program, they do not support keeping a dog in the station 24/7 because they feel as if it never stops working. It doesn't know when it's supposed to turn it on. It doesn't know when it's supposed to shut it off. That was the model that I would support more than anything, but I think I have to trust the people and the professionals that deal with this regularly and watch the progression with the dogs and how it works.
Okay, thank you.
So the overall, through the chair, the overall expense would be $10,839.10 for the
Yes.
initial startup or overall?
No, that's the overall expense. I would put in, and I have not put us on a list, obviously, I'm waiting for approval to get a dog donated from a place out of Ringe, New Hampshire, and their dogs have been going to like Mass State Police, multiple agencies in New Hampshire as well, and they'll donate 1 dog per litter to a police department or a social work or something to that effect. This covers all of that initial training, and it covers the overall expense of any overtime that I have to pay for the handler. Moving forward, the estimate is roughly between 9,000 to 11,000, just anticipating whatever happens with the police contract. That would continue in the budget yearly to make sure that we cover the overall expenses for medical, for food, and the overtime expense for the handler, which would be 3.5 hours per week. Right now, it's budgeted for 4.5 hours per week because of that mandatory training and that they would go through Hudson K-9.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What is the overall benefit to the community for having the dog?
I think that it's a multifaceted, actually. The community outreach as a whole, I think that you're seeing, and I'm watching a lot with like the Merrimack, New Hampshire Police Department. They have a brand new puppy. The community outreach with the public, with different ages, with different, whether you are going into like the Hobbs Center or you're going into the school district or you're out at movie night, it is a community partnership that is immediately formed. That is just on the surface though. Our officers deal with a lot of emotional calls. They deal with a lot of child abuse calls. We go to the Child Advocacy Center for interviews with children that are abused, whether physically or sexually, and interviews take place. That dog is also a tool to bring into those different avenues to make sure that it is just trying to make people as comfortable as possible. Over and above, if we have a large-scale incident that's critical in nature, that dog and that handler, if they're not working, there would be an understanding that we would want them coming in majority of major critical incidents. And that dog also plays a role with our officers and our employees. There are proven studies out there that therapy dogs, and specifically the motion of petting a dog, is actually therapeutic and reduces a lot of stress. So I think not only the people that are walking in to give us a report maybe of a domestic violence incident, or you're dealing with the officers that are just coming back from a tragic type incident, I think it's twofold. It assists the public as well as the employees here.
Ultimately, who would be the handler of the dog?
I cannot answer that question right now. It's definitely a full process. You have to, obviously, the handler needs to commit to this agency for 5 years a minimum. After that, their family needs to commit to it, so their family is also going to be interviewed. That dog would be going home and becoming a part of the family when they're home and they're not here working. So I can't say who would have that. I have a couple officers in mind. It will be a sworn officer, because there's even stuff that goes with the ADA as far as that dog would actually eventually be sworn in once it's trained as our police dog, and then just the accessibility into restaurants and whatnot changes a little bit with ADA with sworn officers. So it will be a sworn officer, but I'm not sure who that officer will be at this point.
So what would the procedure be if the dog handler's family was on vacation and there was a critical incident in town?
Yeah.
How do we get access to the dog?
We would have 2 additional handlers that know they're familiar with the same type of training, so you can continue that cycle. It's very important that, like, you have the primary handler, but you need 2 other people that just know the basic training and the style, I guess, of training. For instance, a lot of us have trained our dogs at Hudson Canine before. I've been there. I know the chief has been there. We have over a handful of officers that have dogs that have also trained their dogs there. So we're already ahead of that ball game. They know the structure. They know the timeline. So at that point, someone's going on vacation, then we work out, and at that point, you might even have the dog here for a couple days. That's a possibility. The breeders just do not want a dog here full-time.
So the dog will be available to the police department 24 hours a day. Am I correct?
Yes, can I say the handler's going to be available 24/7? I can't. I mean, obviously, people have different things going on in life, but a part of the commitment is you're almost on call, that if we have an incident, we're going to reach out to you. There's going to be a percentage of times that an officer might not be able to come in, but we also gear it towards who are the responsible officers that are available, who want to be a part of this, who understand the commitment that they're taking. It's very similar, I mean, a whole different avenue, but similar to our SWAT officers. They make a commitment and they know that they're going to be on call and they could get called at any point. Majority of the time they can respond in. On occasion they cannot.
I'll make a motion for the Comfort Dog for $10,839.10 on the wish list. Well, that settles that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to conclude that I would not forget about this. It's just not this year.
Okay.
I would second that. It's a great idea, just not this year.
No problem.
Thank you.
We appreciate the support with the other 3 items.
One more. 2 more.
We have to do the actual budget.
Well, we also have to talk about, they're not on here, but there's 2 other issues we got. So we have the radio infrastructure, and we also have the addition, not the addition, but the work.
Shelter.
Animal shelter. No, not the animal shelter.
The
The expansion of the locker room, the change rooms, and that. So that's not in your wish list item, but I think that's a warrant article.
Did we talk about
It
the
would be
rifles?
CIP.
What's that?
Well,
Did we talk about the rifles?
Yes.
we did talk about the rifles.
Okay, sorry.
Nope, that's
I
fine.
must have been trying to find my computer then.
So, let's, real quick with the radio infrastructure, I mean, that's a no-brainer. I think that's just really urgent and that's something that needs to get done. So, I think, you know, it's a warrant article, so, I want to make a motion that we, move ahead with the warrant article, for the police radio infrastructure, to upgrade the police radio infrastructure for $511,588.
Second that.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye, so that will be, again, on the warrant and explained to the voters in greater detail at a future date.
If I may.
Please.
Chairperson, do we want to talk about how we would like to fund that, whether we'd want a warrant article for a lease over a certain period or pay it up front?
Yes, I would like that out of the fund balance.
Out of the fund balance?
Yes. If that's up for discussion with the other selectmen.
Yeah.
My opinion said, I think it should come out right out of the fund balance. So we just pay for it up front.
I agree with that, less interest.
I think we should just put it in the budget as opposed to taking it out of the fund balance.
Go ahead.
So if it just goes directly into the budget, you're still talking about doing a warrant article though, right? Because my only concern is with the warrant article, because we're at end of life with the infrastructure, and they are already saying that they're out 12 to 18 months getting equipment in here. If it is voted down right now, you're talking 2 years out at that point, as far as with this equipment and trying to find any replacement parts. And if Chief Midgley's here still, he could obviously speak to it more. He's the brains behind the infrastructure portion. That would be my only concern.
I share your concern. For that big of a number, can we just add it into the budget?
Mr. Keegan, were you saying to just simply put it into the budget?
Well, we could put it into the budget, but we could also, I just don't think we should take it out of the fund balance. And I think either way on a warrant article, whether you say in the warrant article that you're going to take it out of the fund balance or you're going to add it into the budget, that you run the risk of it being defeated, as Ann is saying.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I think probably if we can add it into the budget.
As a straight payment.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're not leasing it.
Well, we could do lease options. Couldn't we do lease options even if we put it in the budget?
Yeah, why
Or
not
is that
just break it up?
Well, the idea would be not to,
not a warrant article?
right.
I'm not,
I'm okay with putting it in the budget if we can.
Chief Midgley, would you mind coming up for a minute? You want to weigh in on this, please?
The problem with Motorola right now is they are not shipping any equipment. In the end of the year, I'm going to be coming back to you to encumber encumbered funds because we ordered equipment in December of last year that has no ship date. No equipment is being moved out of Motorola. A simple mobile radio is taking well over a year. If anything gets in the way of delaying this, especially if you make it a warrant article, you could be looking at 2.5 to 3 years out to get this. This is not an off-the-shelf piece of equipment. This is an engineered system that has to be engineered first, and then you have to order it. And they order it by components, and those components are specifically made for the town of Pelham. So the quicker you can get this stuff in the queue, the better off the town's going to be. The MCC 5500 that they're currently using was end of life a year and a half ago. If it breaks, it is extremely difficult to get parts. I've been trying to procure site cards because that is one of the most common parts to go by working with other fire departments. We are on a wing and a prayer at this point. They think they can possibly get repairs done, but they really can't guarantee anything. So the quicker you can move this project forward, get it in the queue for build and ship, the better off the town and the police department's going to be.
Chief Work, do you know what our options are? What, to your mind, is the best way to move this?
Well, I think if you authorize the fund balance, you can do it almost immediately. I mean, you could make the purchase tomorrow if you did it out of the fund balance, I believe. I'm not sure on the warrant articles of the Budget Committee. I believe equipment over $100,000 would need to be on a warrant article. Now, that's a bylaw, it's not an RSA. So the other problem is if you were to put it into the operating budget and the operating budget gets defeated, it would not be in the default, so we would lose it that way too. Our new finance director, Tammy Penny, is here. She may have some thoughts. Brian's speaking to her now.
I know.
So, in a nutshell, if the board is willing to make that commitment to purchasing out of the fund balance, I think that takes it out of the discussion for 2023. You could choose whenever you want to do it. Brian, were there any thoughts on that? Tammy, would you like to come up? I can introduce, this is probably a good time to introduce Tammy. This is our new finance director, Tammy Penny. She comes to us from the town of Bedford, very experienced finance professional. Welcome, Tammy. We'll put you on the hot seat.
Thank you. Good evening. So I heard you toss a few things around. So it's $588,000. I also heard that we need to get this done quickly. I do think you want to probably fund it with fund balance, simply because if you're going to borrow $588,000, that's a special article on the ballot. It's debt service. It's going to be delayed. That's the only thought I have at the surface. You need an appropriation to spend. So even spending with fund balance, I don't see how you could do that this year unless you go through the process of looking for unspent appropriation surplus and allocate in that manner. That's all I have to add.
So we could do it January 1st of '23 if we put a line item in for that.
You need the budget to be passed. You need an appropriation.
Okay.
Or unspent appropriations if the town of Pelham goes through that process each budget year. I know some towns do. If you know you haven't spent money in line X, if the select board has the ability to transfer from one line to the other, as many do, that's an option as well.
So I
That's
think
a good point.
I think the question is can we add it? It doesn't have to be a warrant article.
We can add it in, we can actually, if we have not overspent our bottom line budget for 2022, I think Tammy is saying that we could take the money out of our 2022 budget and go forward right now.
That's what I'm saying, but it might be too soon to anticipate unspent appropriations. Of course, I've only been here 2 days, so I don't.
Haven't gotten it all figured out yet?
What? And you don't know yet?
Oh, no, okay. So the best way forward to your mind would be to...
Either unspent appropriations, if you
Unspent
determine there's
appropriations.
enough. Yeah.
Is it possible to bring this to the Budget Committee with that plan that we will spend, if any, unspent appropriations from the 2022 budget and then add a line item in the 2023 budget to carry the rest?
You could present it in that manner to say X amount of dollars is coming from fund balance and is not funded through taxes, and the rest is funded through taxes. I've seen articles like that in the past. We'd want to consult with the DRA to be sure.
Definitely. I'm just trying to think of the cleanest way to do this that makes sure we have the equipment we need.
Well, perhaps going forward, I can talk to the Budget Committee Chair and say, this is one of the big projects we want to get through, and Tammy and myself can work on the best funding mechanism.
Another option you may want to consider, I don't know what Pelham intends to do with all of the ARPA monies, but I know there's a project in mind already for that, I understand. But if the cost of the project is under what Pelham has been allotted with those monies, you could use a portion of that for the radio program. I'm actually trying to dig in to see what mechanism Pelham used. I think you probably used the lost revenue replacement, which really allows you to spend it on anything except debt service and payments into, it's escaping me, compensated absences and things like that. So there are options to toss around.
Okay, so how do we move this forward? Do we,
I would just take it as a direction from the board to indicate to the budget committee we're working on presenting that as a priority to get purchased.
okay.
I can speak to Meg about that. I know they're familiar with the CIP, and they've spoken about that project, so I think we'll take a little research just to have the best way to move forward on it, just as long as we have support going forward.
But for the purpose of the budget tonight, that's the most important part, like, we need a number. You know what I mean? So are we just gonna add it to the budget and figure it out? Or we need a number
We do need a number.
and a way to pay for it, so,
Not if we're going to pay for it out of this year's budget.
yeah, but if we don't have the money at the end of the year and we don't put it in the budget, then we don't have it for next year. That's that's the problem. So,
And if we do have enough to fund it, then whatever we've set aside can just go back into the general fund, can it not? No, where would it go?
General fund.
It would go into the general fund. Okay,
Yeah.
well,
so should we just
do we
add it
just
to the
add
budget?
it to the budget then?
You potentially could add it as new equipment, and then at the reconsideration, take it back out if it's
Okay.
funded a different way.
Right.
So again, I don't want to fall back on it, but it would be a placekeeper, just to, as Kevin stated, just to have it there in case we need to move on to next year.
Okay,
Right, okay.
all right.
So I'll make a motion to, for new equipment, have a line item in the budget for new equipment for $511,588 for the purchase of police radio infrastructure upgrade.
We'll second that.
Are you sure?
Oh.
I'm not.
I don't want to leave you guys out to hang the dry.
Well, I mean, we have to do something. We can't,
Yeah, we need that number, we need that number in there.
This can all change at reconsideration, so.
exactly.
Once
This
we find out.
This
we get
isn't our
closer.
last bite at this apple. This just makes sure that
It's in there.
we've got it in there somewhere. Okay.
We had a motion.
Yep, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. So that is 5-0.
Second motion,
Yes.
to approve in the budget $82,628 for the police department remodel expansion project for the gym, training room, and evidence storage.
That's on the CIP.
Yes. No.
Second.
It could either be, or we could put it on as a warrant article and let the town vote for it. Did you second it, Mr. Croto? For discussion?
I can't see this.
It's, it says the following item is listed as necessary, needed, and recommended for inclusion of the 2023 operating budget. It's about halfway down the page.
Yeah.
It's not urgent, it's necessary.
I think we should put that off till next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with Charlene.
Okay.
As well. Once again, not no, just not now.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, we obviously, none of us like to say it. All
So do
right.
we have to vote on that motion? There's a motion,
No,
right?
it didn't
Oh,
get seconded.
It didn't get seconded. All right, does that cover the wish list for the police department?
Yes.
Oh, good, now my computer's not working. All right. Oh, gosh. So the 2022, now we're just moving on to the regular budget. The 2022 operating budget for the police department was $3,642,339. The 2023 default budget is $3,684,538 for an increase of $51,389. The 2023 request is for $4,245,629 for an increase of $603,230. Does that include all of the things that we just
Yes, that includes the animal shelter, the motorcycle, rifle replacement, and the radiator replacement.
Fantastic.
And you said the architectural plans, the animal
That is,
shelter?
yeah,
Okay.
That's
fee
in
for
there,
the animal
yep.
shelter
Okay,
architect.
thank you.
Yeah.
Motion to approve the 2023 request of $4,245,629.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye. All right. Thank you guys for
very
your
much.
time. All right, retirement. My brain isn't working. Do we do this one tonight, or is this another one that we have to just vote a placeholder in? Okay. So the 2022 operating budget is $2,440,542. The 2023 default budget is $2,420,921 for a decrease of $19,621. The 2023 request is for $2,420,921. So it is the default budget, but again, that's still $19,621 less than last year.
Motion to approve the 2023 request of $2,420,921.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. RS, we don't have to do this one, right? We're just going down to Selectmen. All right, the 2022 operating budget was $630,532. The 2023 default budget is $659,533 for an increase of $29,001. The 2023 request is $670,604, which would be an increase of $40,072. Does anybody have any questions on this? Okay, looking for a motion.
Motion to approve the 2023 requested budget of $670,604.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye. Okay, so the senior center. Here we go. All right. The 2022 operating budget for the senior center was $174,386. The default budget for 2023 would be $189,051 for an increase of $15,535. The 2023 request is for $191,688, which is an increase of $17,302.
Did we square away the default salaries in this budget?
Right? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we did? Yes.
Thank you.
Make a motion to approve the 2023 request for $191,688.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
I vote aye. Mr. Keegan, did you?
I vote aye.
Okay, that is 5-0. All right.
Just for clarification, we're just double checking there were some changes in the salaries.
You don't have the numbers here.
Those. The wish list items for.
Which lines am I looking at specifically?
We're looking at the The wish list items are,
Here's the pay increases.
they don't have the amounts listed on the wish list items. They're built into the budget.
Okay.
Just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
So there'll be a raise for the driver, office manager? Those are the only two?
Should be.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Yes. So there would be, I think those begin, are those April 1st begin times? You need those on January 1st. We have the administrative raises would be effective April 1st, 2023.
Okay. And those would run, I'm looking at 1/20/23, okay. Okay. And you said that those raises, despite being in the wish list, were just punched into the regular budget?
Oh, I understand that. But
So the budget does reflect those numbers?
budget was approved, they have those numbers.
Yes.
Yes, the basic discussion was just, unfortunately, the default budget, they're not contractual obligations.
Mhm.
So if the budget is defeated, it would revert to the other
Understood.
costs. So those are April 1st pay increases. I think Sarah, those are on April 1st for the administrative assistant and bus driver. So.
Okay. But the numbers we are showing here are correct, and they do account for...
They reflect a raise April 1st.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so moving on to technology. All right, the 2022 budget is $297,796. The 2023 default budget would be $294,584 for a decrease of $2,462. The 2023 request is for $295,334, which would be a decrease in $2,462.40.
We have some wish list items. Are we talking about this? How are we talking about this?
We're talking about this as though there we go. All right. So the wish list items, I apologize. Sometimes I hit the page A and it doesn't go, so.
Do we want to talk, I mean,
Let's do the wish list. So
but how are we talking about this?
how do you mean?
Publicly and non-publicly?
Well, there's got to be a level of security in how we talk about
This is
this.
fair.
I would just use the numbers.
Okay. We had some discussion for the phones. What was the two contractors that we talked about?
Yeah, so we had two contracts.
So DeMaris, how do you want, we got to be careful how we discuss this, correct?
Can I say that again?
How are we discussing this?
We can discuss it based upon the cost if you.
Okay, yep.
Okay. Right. So we did have two vendors produce quotes, one of which was much higher and one of which was a lot lower. I did try to go out to a third vendor, which we just couldn't seem to match up our schedules.
Okay.
So I don't have a third. I did invite the lowest vendor to come in to take a look around just to get a more defined quote. and they were right on the money. They came back and said, yep, this is what we can do it for, so.
I'm going to make a motion to go with that vendor. Do you want to give a number, Mr. Demers?
That number would be $50,000.
That's my motion,
Okay,
to
can I
add
get a
that to the
second?
budget.
Second.
Mr. Demers, you said it's 50,000?
50,000, yes.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye.
And then there's another wish list item that I want to make a motion on to approve, add into the budget for $15,000 for the year.
Second.
That is for the tech support backup?
Right.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye. All right. We'll go back. All right, so once we make those adjustments to the budget, we'll go through those numbers again.
Number's been updated.
They're up.
Motion to approve the technology budget.
Can someone, just very quickly, what is the 2023 request? Because I don't think I'm showing the correct number.
I have the 2023 request as $360,334.
Yeah, mine's not going. Hang on, I'm just going to close the budget and open it again. Yeah, still no. Okay, one more time, what was the total budget?
Sure, the 2023 request is $360,334.
Thank you.
That is a increase from last year of $62,537.60.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 budget of $360,334.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye.
Thank you.
All right, town buildings. All right, is this the one with the Historical Society?
Yep.
All right, so in the wish list, we have a request for repairs to the roof of the Historical Society for $20,200, and then a Lions Park, Meeting House Park, irrigation well, and tie-in for $14,365.
That's correct. We withdrew the wish list item for rehabilitating the windows and the trim and things. We're going to have our in-house handyman is going to chip away at that project. So myself, Mr. Frasker, Mr. Scanzani met on Friday, came up with a plan. So that'll be done in little bits and pieces, but it'll get done. The slate roof, we have one local company that's put a bid in for it. It's really specialized, so it's difficult to get anybody else interested in bidding to repair an old slate roof. The other item is, if you remember, we had two irrigation well and tie-ins originally in the wish list. We were able to, with the help from Parks and Rec and some of the irrigation funding in the existing budget, we've drilled the well at Muldoon this week, and we're working on getting it tied in. Pelham Baseball's been assisting, so we were able to take that off of the wish list item. So we're down to 2.
All right, does anybody wish to move forward with either of these repairs?
Motion to approve the wish list item of the slate roof for $20,200.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye. Mr. Cody has stepped out for a moment, so we're going to call that 4-0 and 1 abstention.
Motion to approve Lions Park Meeting House Park irrigation well and tie-in for $14,365.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye, so 4-0 and 1. All right, so that's an addition of $34,365 into the town buildings budget. All right. If this number is way off, I apologize, my computer's lagging off a little bit. So the 2022 operating budget is $1,036,624. The 2023 default budget is $1,074,495, which is an increase of $37,871.
If we have a moment, we're still adding in the Lions Park well.
Sorry. That's it.
I don't trust that this thing has updated itself at all. Maybe. Does the 2023 request look like $758,945?
It does not.
It does not?
It does not.
Okay.
The
Let's-
2023 request I have is $773,310. It's a decrease from the year prior of $263,314.
What was the decrease again?
$263,314 decrease from the year, last year.
My computer's just not going to keep up. So, that being said, can I get a motion to approve the town buildings budget?
Motion to approve the 2023 town buildings budget at $773,310.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye. All right, town celebrations. Is there a wish list? No. All right, the 2022 operating budget for town celebrations was $9,260. Level funded for a default of $9,260. The request for 2023 is $24,960, which was an increase of $15,700.
The major increase was the holiday lights.
It is a major increase with holiday lighting.
That should have been in the budget last year and was not put in the budget last year. So unless we want to discontinue the holiday lights, we would have to increase the budget to pay for them.
Have we done, I know there are companies that specifically do holiday lights, but have we shopped this around at all?
We did not. Pelham Community Spirit got these lights going at the last minute in 2020 as a result of COVID. And what we did was we selected a local company, a local person, and kind of went with it because we didn't realize until late in the fall that we were not going to have the Festival of Trees. So we went ahead and got this guy local. So then he offers a discount on the following year if you sign up for the lights by March 1st. So we are kind of committed for this year, for 2022, but we are not committed to him for 2023 until we make that deposit in February of 2023. And Jason, Selectman Croto asked me for a list of the trees and the, I guess the trees along the village green and the trees along the front of the building to maybe get some comparisons. So I am away on vacation and I started to do that before I left, but then it's a little more complicated than just kind of pulling out the invoices that we had gotten at the time. So I can do that for 2023 if you want to put this in again as a placeholder, and we can try to get a quote for 2023. I can do that. We can do that. We own the lights. We did buy all the lights. The guy that installs them for us stores them for us. So he's storing the big tree that we bought, and he's storing all the lights that we own. So it would be just a matter of getting the lights from him. We wouldn't have to rebuy lights. We'd just have to find somebody to put them up for us. If the highway, I mean, we could get the highway department to do that if they were so inclined. A lot of towns do that. They have their highway department put them up.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 request for $24,960.
Second.
All those in favor?
We are going to look into it, though, to see if we can help.
I would strongly suggest seeing if we can get that number down, because that is really up there.
The $24,000 is not just for the holiday lights. There's only $15,000 in there for the holiday lights. The rest of it is fireworks. The fireworks are $7,000. They were $7,250 this year. And the cookout that they have over at the Legion after the Memorial Day Parade is $800. So not all of that money is for the holiday lights. It's only $15,000 for the holiday lights.
Yep.
15,000 or 14,000 for the holiday lights?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, Heather.
Oh, it's
I'm
okay.
sorry. But
Nope, that's fine.
We did a deposit of, I believe, $6,200 at the beginning of the year, or maybe it was $6,500 at the beginning of the year, but I don't have those numbers with me tonight.
Okay. I would definitely say it's worth looking around. That's, bearing in mind, I'm focused on that number for the holiday lights. Let's see if we can find somebody else. All right. Did we vote on that? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Croto?
Aye.
I vote aye. All right, town clerk. A wish list item. The 2022 operating budget for the town clerk's office was $306,089. The 2023 default budget would be $317,376 for an increase of $11,287. The 2023 request is for $319,683, which would be an increase of $13,594.
Motion to approve the 2023 requests for $319,683.
Second.
I sound like you're running out of steam. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. It's 4-0 and 1 abstention. All right, the transfer station. We have a wish list item. All right, we do have one item on the wish list, correct?
Yeah, and we also have a CIP. Under urgent.
Under urgent. All right, so the first item on the wish list is a new F-550 with a dump rack body, plow, and sander to replace the existing 2001 pickup for $110,000, and the second,
The sander is not included. The price has been lowered.
the sander is not included.
Bob, correct, you wanted to delete the sander from the truck?
Yes, we're
So
going to take
the
the
new
sander.
cost is, it's an F-550 dump back rack body with plow,
Okay.
$110,000.
All right, and then the second request is for a municipal solid waste compactor.
Yes.
For, I'm looking at two different numbers. I have one that says 83,665 and then one that says 88,500.
It would be 83,665.
83,665?
Both of those would have to be warrant articles, correct? Because of the price?
Yes, over the 75,000. Yes, those would both have to be entered in as warrant articles and two separate ones at that.
The compactor is under 100,000.
Oh, I thought it was 75.
I thought the
Oh, it could be 75. Is it 75?
I believe it's 75.
Okay, my mistake.
All right, so both of these items would go on the town warrant. Are we going to enter these in as two separate two separate warrant articles, but do you want to approve them or vote on them separately?
So we vote on them separately.
Yeah, motion to support a new F-550 with dump, rack body, and plow for cost of $110,000.
Second.
All those in favor?
Can we go back for a moment?
Yep.
I'm
Please.
Sorry to interrupt the vote. That 110, that was your original, was that your original number? Has the sander cost been taken out of that?
No,
Has that-
119.
119 was the original cost?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so that,
7,900, I believe.
so that's the correct cost for that truck?
Is 110?
110?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Then we need another motion, right, for the MSW compactor?
Yeah.
Do you want to vote on the first motion first?
Oh, did we vote on the first one?
We did not.
Oh, all right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. All right, and the second motion for an MSW compactor, $83,665.
So moved?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye.
That's for a warrant article?
That's for a warrant, well,
And
two
the
separate.
F-550 for a warrant article?
Two separate ones, yep,
Yes.
for the compactor and for the F-550.
Yep.
All right, so now to the regular budget. The 2022 operating budget is $980,973. The 2023 default budget would be $1,171,177 for an increase of $191,224. The 2023 request is for $1,226,845, which is an increase in $245,872.
Does that number include the waste management hauling fee?
It has enough to cover that, yes.
Okay. Motion to approve the 2023 request for $1,226,845.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye, that's 5-0. All right. Now the treasurer. No wish list items. Thank you for coming in. The 2022 operating budget for the treasurer was $15,249. The 2023 default budget is $15,224, which is a $25 decrease. The 2023 request is for the same $15,224, which is $25 less than last year.
Motion to approve the 2023 request of $15,224.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. That carries. And then last but not least, we have the trust funds. Everyone okay?
Yeah.
Gonna make it? All right, the 2022 operating budget for the trust fund, $335, level funded. 2023 default, $335. The 2023 request is the same, $335.
Motion to approve 2023 request of $335.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye, that's 5-0. And with that, I believe we can officially,
If I may, Chairperson, we had a clerical error. We have to revisit the Highway Department. When the sander got taken out of transfer, the money actually got taken out of Highway. So, sorry, Brian Demers is going to explain it. If we can go back to the Highway budget, is that where we should go, Brian?
That is correct, yeah. So under, it's line number 200, it's for the 4x4 six-wheeler F550 with the 10-foot plow and sander. I had mistakenly taken the $7,000 out of that budget, but it is now back into that budget.
so do we need to reapprove both
We need to
highway?
approve the request budget for highway, just highway,
Just highway.
just highway.
Okay, so going back to the highway department. The operating budget for 2022, $1,863,582. The 2023 default budget, $1,964,403, which is an increase of $114,410. And now I'm concerned as to whether or not my computer updated this.
I don't believe it did.
No.
So I have a 2023 request of $2,158,522, and that would be an increase of $294,904 from the year period prior.
You say that number again, Brian, please?
Yep. That 2023 request is $2,158,522 for the highway.
Motion to approve the 2023 request for $2,158,522.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Aye.
Oops, sorry, Mr. Bergeron. So carries 5-0. And now can we be done with the budget? Now, are we, okay, so we can officially pass this budget from under our hand to the budget committee.
Do we want to make a motion on the entire budget?
Yes,
Yes.
the whole total number
Right.
budget,
Oh lordy,
the default.
where on
Not the
earth?
default,
Send the budget master all the way back to the beginning.
Only works sometimes. Okay, here we go. And this is hopefully reflecting everything correctly, yes?
yes.
Fingers crossed. All right, so the 2022 budget for the entire town of Pelham, it's $20,393,762. The 2023 default budget would be $20,703,882.
The increased number or the total? The total, just send it over.
And the requested budget is $21,270,136, which is an increase of $876,373. Is that not it?
You're wrong again.
I'm not wrong. The thing is wrong. I am totally literate. What number do you have, Mr. Cody?
It might be different from the others too, so I don't know. Yeah. Would you like me to read it?
Let me get a...
My version?
Okay, your 2022 budget.
$20,393,762.
Okay, so I had that one right. 393,762, right?
And then the default,
Yep.
$20,706,262.
262?
Yeah.
That is not what I have.
That's what I have.
Is the only one.
I give up.
Brian, you want to help us?
What is, can you just, they seem to have the correct numbers.
So the motion will be just for the approved budget tonight, because we can't do the default and we can't do the other numbers that are placekeepers. So the only number you'd be voting to approve tonight is the 2023
Approved.
BOS approved. And the number I have, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, is $21,272,516.
I concur.
That's the number I have.
That is nowhere on my entire spreadsheet.
No, me either, Heather. I don't have.
Okay, as long as it's not just.
That seems to be the number, if Kevin, if you want to proceed.
I'll make a motion to approve the budget of $21,272,516.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye. Oh, that carries 5-0. And with that, we pass the budget along to the Budget Committee. Very warm wishes. And just so the town is clear, the laptop updates at a slower clip. It's not, this town isn't resting on my ability to do math, don't worry. All right. We do have one item for discussion, and that pertains to the resignation of Mr. Gleason from the cemetery trustees. To be read into record to the board. Changing personal circumstances necessitate that I reevaluate priorities. Having done so, I have determined it in my best interest to resign as a cemetery trustee effective immediately. I will continue my role as a trustee of the trust funds. So we are going to be looking to accept this letter of resignation.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? No one, so 5-0. We wish Mr. Gleason nothing but the best and thank him for all of his years of service, and are extremely grateful that he continues to work in the trust funds. All right, Selectmen and Town Administrator reports. Mr. Croto, would you like to lead off?
I have nothing to report besides the fact that is the first time in my life I could not read something because it was too small.
Uh-oh.
So
Someone,
You're there. You're
something
there.
just happened.
someone get him some readers.
That's a milestone right there.
It's happening.
Mr. Keegan, do you have anything?
I just have that the farmer's market is unable to have a farmer's market on the day of Old Home Day. So on September 17th, there will be no farmer's market. But it will be before that, and it will be that until the end of October, with the exception of September 17th.
Okay. And coming from the schools, obviously, public schools started in the town of Pelham on Monday. 2 days, the kids have been back. I'm sure we all miss them terribly and wish the faculty, staff, and administration over down on the other end of Marsh Road nothing but luck and our eternal gratitude. Mr. Bergeron.
I have nothing to report.
Mr. Cody?
I have nothing to report.
Chief Fork?
And nothing to report, thank you.
All right. That being said, we have...
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I vote aye. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining with us and sticking with us through the budget. Ms. Dekejian, thank you for signing in from your vacation. Please enjoy the rest of your time away.
Thank you.
And we will see everybody, are we going to see everyone in 2 weeks?
Tomorrow night.
No, we
Next
have one,
Tuesday.
yeah, next Tuesday, the 6th.
See you next Tuesday.
We will see everybody next week. So, good night.
everyone. We're going to get the ceremony underway. The police department members should be walking out front into our lobby real soon. I'll introduce myself. I'm Celia Lingley. I'm the office manager, accreditation manager, and the secretary to the chief of police. And I'd like to wait for everybody to come in, and we'll get going in 1 minute. And then I'm going to... I guess we could.
Well, I have locker number 1 in there, and Ann is in the other locker. Yeah. So it's covered in there. Yeah, number 1. You're good. You're good. Be interested to see how they sort that out. Yeah.
Why doesn't everybody stand up? Okay, thank you. Captain Toon is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And while you're still standing, I'd like to take a moment to recognize all the fallen officers. Everybody can be seated. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'd like to welcome all the family and friends of the Pelham Police Department this evening. Welcome to the Board of Selectmen. Welcome Chief Joseph Rourke. The Honorable Marguerite Wegling, Superior Court Justice of New Hampshire. Retired Chelmsford, Massachusetts Police Chief Ray McCusker. Town Clerk Linda Newcomb. And all the members of the Police Department. To start off, I would like to invite the Board of Selectmen Chairperson Heather Corbett to the podium, who will be recognizing the retiring chief.
I think this might be the first time I've ever had to adjust the microphone up. I'm very excited. Welcome to Town Hall. On behalf of the Board of Selectmen and the Town of Pelham, I would like to thank Chief Joseph Rourke for his 26 years of service to our town and police department. Chief Rourke joined the force on September 1st of 1996, and during the course of his tenure, he rose through the ranks and made a remarkable difference in each division. As a patrolman, he began cases that soon earned him a full-time role in the Criminal Bureau. He was the lead investigator in multiple regional narcotics investigations that led to successful prosecutions. His efforts in the department earned him statewide recognition through the New England region of Organized Crime and Drug Enforcement Task Force, in the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training, as well as being the recipient of the J. Edgar Hoover Award. Chief Rourke's commitment to our community has always been exemplary. He was instrumental in the planning and building stages of the Lions Park, as well as in running community events like the bike rodeo and movie nights. He always saw to it that police personnel were present and engaged in all community events and school-related events. Additionally, he volunteered and presided over the Pelham Police Relief Association as he continued to concentrate on developing relationships with the citizens of Pelham. While the building of his principled career and the cementing of his status as a leader in the community is beyond comparison, perhaps Chief Rourke's greatest legacy is the mark he is leaving in the Pelham Police Department. Our department is widely recognized as a leader in modern and efficient policing, and it was recognized as such in 2017 when the department was presented with its prestigious CALIA National Accreditation through the formal Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies. As chief, he has developed the police department into the well-respected, community-based, professional police department that it is today, and it is my distinct honor to stand here today on behalf of the board and present him with this plaque as a token of our gratitude for his dedication to our town, his commitment to the police department, and for his 26 faithful years of service. Joe, there are no words to sufficiently express our gratitude, but I hope you know that we are all eagerly awaiting your next step on the journey with us here in Pelham.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Thank you all for coming, because really this is Ann's night. I'm super proud of the department, super proud of Ann. Couple things I want to make clear. Very proud of the town. Everybody knows I live in town. We've had our own tragedies. Town's always supported us. Really love this town. We'll do a good job in town hall for everybody, I promise. The other thing is I want to thank my family. My wife, Kerry, my two sons, Colin and Hugh, and the rest of my family. I told everybody I wouldn't get choked up here. I've had a great run, 26 years. Every person in this department, understand, if I didn't give you an award or I didn't recognize you, it wasn't because I didn't know the great work you were doing. Trust me, if I said good job to you, you did a good job. I'm not an easy guy to work for. So everybody here understand that. You all do a great job. And if I didn't recognize you enough, understand now that I appreciate everything you did, because we don't do anything unless it's as a department. So, best of luck, everybody. Be safe. Please visit me in Town Hall. Melissa can take the complaints, and, I'll see if I can get to you. So, thank you all for coming, and thank you to the Board of Selectmen for recognizing me. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Be seated. I would like to now invite Honorable Marguerite Wegling to the podium, who will now swear in the new Chief of Police, Ann Perriello.
If you could raise your right hand, please. I state your name.
I, Ann Perriello,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge and perform
discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent upon me
all the duties incumbent upon me
as Chief of Police
as Chief of Police
according to the best of my abilities,
according to the best of my abilities,
agreeable to enforce all the laws of the state of New Hampshire
agreeable to enforce all the laws of the state of New Hampshire
and ordinances of the municipality
and ordinances of the municipality
fairly and impartiality, with fairness and impartiality.
with fairness and impartiality.
I warned them I needed my reading glasses. And in addition, to defend and uphold the Constitution. And in addition, to defend and uphold the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the state of New Hampshire.
and the state of New Hampshire.
So help me God.
So help me God.
That's it.
Thank you.
Sign later, okay?
To say I'm overwhelmed is an understatement right now. I'm going to try and hold it together. You started me, and I do blame it on the chief if I go south a little bit. See if I can get this. I talk loud anyways, and I don't want to scream in your ear here. I want to start off by saying I am very thankful and I'm very honored. Board of Selectmen, you have supported me through this entire process. The last few months have been a lot of different meetings, a lot of conversations, and I'm grateful for the future, and I'm grateful for you giving me this opportunity. Chief Rourke, you've laid down a foundation for us. I only hope to hold everyone to the same standard that you held us on a daily basis, and I hope to enhance the foundation that you've built. My administrative team, Celia, Captain Stephen Toome, and shortly he'll be introduced, Brian Barbado as our new lieutenant. I am grateful for you. The last few weeks specifically have been pretty grueling. We have had to do a lot of things to pull things together and make sure this day is successful for this entire agency and the town, because that's what it's about. I invited the Honorable Marguerite Wegling to swear me in purposely. I worked for her she was the county attorney, and I was on the Southern New Hampshire Computer Task Force in the early 2000s. She was fair to us, she was impartial, she was very professional, she taught us, she mentored us, and to have her swear me in is an honor today. Thank you. We didn't get pinned. I didn't get pinned. Well, I'm gonna invite him up. I'm gonna invite Chief Ray McCusker up to the podium, because I don't have a badge on yet.
Hopefully I won't stab you, Ann.
How did that happen?
Jump the gun again.
Yep.
You can fix that, that's cool.
Thank you.
You're not, don't do any cartwheels. Congratulations.
Thank you. Chief Rourke, we may get to an end result a little differently, but we get there at the same time. So, Chief Ray McCusker was invited here. He's retired Chelmsford, Mass. Police Chief. He is one of my two best friends' fathers, and he has mentored me throughout my entire teenage years into my adulthood, and my dad would be honored that you just pinned me. It's hot in here. So moving forward, there's so many people that I want to thank, and my friends and my family are by far on the top of the list. When you are part of a police family, I'm not going to look at my sister because she's crying. When you're a part of a police family, life gets tough. We get moody because of what we see on a daily basis. We have our ups, we have our downs. We leave you in the middle of birthday parties. We leave you in the middle of worship, church, doesn't matter. We leave for the calling of the duty to make sure that we are here for one another and for our entire community. So sometimes family gets kind of put on the back burner. But the fact is, you are always on the front. We need you. Your support for every single family member in here means more than anything. When we take this uniform off, you're still there. You make the impact to keep us moving forward, to take the steps, to keep our head up and see future. So to my family, my friends, and I can't keep looking over that way, so you guys are getting the side. I am very grateful for you. I thank you. I thank for your patience. I know life can be difficult with us sometimes, and you move us forward. So just remember that. You are never, ever second. You are always number one. To the young women in this room, specifically to 4 of them, and I'll add a 5th actually, Leah, Shay, my goddaughters May, Tegan, Shannon just joined us the other day at camp. She joined us, so she's part of the package here. I see Violet out there, my cousin's daughter. To my niece Alexa, who couldn't make it tonight, but she has a commitment to a team. And if you ask me anything that's the most important, it's to a team. You can move mountains. You can do whatever you want to do. Only 1/3 of females are judges. Did you know that? 9% of executives in police departments are females. 3% are chiefs of police. You do whatever you want to do. No one holds you back. No one stops you. You are going to have adverse situations, and it is how we move from those situations, and we gain knowledge, and we take steps forward, and we become a better person for whatever that adversity happened to be that came our way. Nothing holds you back. To my agency, that's the first time I said that, my agency, it's crazy. I've been with Pelham for over 21 years. I have seen and grown with so many of you in so many different ways. You have made me a better person. You have made this community a better community. You built the foundation and started those walls where we as a community continue to move forward as one with a partnership with the school district, a partnership with the other first responders, the other agencies that happen to be around us, with the families we have contact with the incidents that might bring you to an emotional high all the way to an emotional low, and then you follow through and you support those families through whatever they happen to be going through. You make this community better. You are going to continue that path. That expectation is the same, if not higher. We do what we have to do for people. We be kind. We do not need to be friends outside of here, but we work together and we hang out and work beside one another in every single situation. We don't stop moving forward for the sake of public safety, for the sake of community outreach, for the sake of our partnership with all the different stakeholders that exist in this community, whether they're business owners, they are selectmen, they are the school district, and the people that are inside there. You set the pace every single day. One bad moment can change the direction and how people view us at any point. We're going to have bad days. You're having a bad day, step up and take someone aside and say, hey, have a conversation before they go on a call. Or, hey, if you need anything, I am here. Teamwork is never going to stop. It is going to be the premise as long as I'm here. We work together. We move forward together. We be kind to one another, but we be kind to everyone that you come across. Whether you're answering the phone, you're talking to someone at the window, you're responding to their call, they had someone pass away, and you are their support system. You are held to that standard every day, to be a good person, to be a good professional. Your family expects that from you, and we would want nothing less. I'm excited for what the future is going to bring. We're going to continue with a guardian mindset, not a warrior mindset. That means we remain approachable. That means that authoritarian look is out the door. We continue to be approachable. We be accountable to ourselves. Because remember, you're accountable to yourselves, that means you're being accountable to your family. And we are your family away from the blood. We are here for you. We're going to continue to maintain a global view of where we're going and what we're doing. Administratively, we will not cut you short in any way, shape, or form. You might not always like how we get places, but at the end result, we will always be looking out for the best of you, your well-being, and making sure you get home safely at night to your family. And we're going to make sure that we are being accountable to the community, and we're doing the best that we can. We have an amazing agency. We have an amazing agency because of the people that work here. Character counts. Do not forget you're always in the spotlight. Do the right things, keep moving forward. Remember that our team is as strong as our weakest member. We pick each other up. We move forward. I pledge to you that I will remain committed. I will remain compassionate to you, to this community, and to our mission as a whole. I'm very honored to take this step. I will not let you down, and I will keep the vision moving forward. Thank you very much. We are going to move on and swear a new lieutenant in and swear a brand new officer onto our police force. I'm going to invite Linda Newcomb, our town clerk, up. And I would also like to bring up Brian Barbado and his family to the stage, please. When you do swear in, I'm going to step back. I'm just going to do a little narrative of him. Okay. This evening, we're going to promote one current sergeant to the rank of lieutenant. Brian Barbado grew up in Tewksbury, Massachusetts, and graduated from Tewksbury Memorial High School. He attended the University in criminal justice. Prior to joining our agency, he worked part-time as a police officer in Southampton, New Hampshire, as well as Tewksbury, Mass. Brian joined our agency full-time in 2009. He was promoted to the rank of sergeant in 2016. Throughout his entire tenure at our agency, he has been instrumental in assisting with accreditation, social media relations and outreach, community partnership, policy review, and revamping our field training program. At this time, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Linda Newcomb to swear our new lieutenant in, and he will be pinned.
Raise your right hand. Do you, Brian Barbado, do solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent on you as a police lieutenant according to the best of your abilities, agreeably to enforce all the laws of the state of New Hampshire and ordinance of the municipality fairly and impartially, and in addition, to defend and uphold the Constitution of the United States and the state of New Hampshire, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Lieutenant Barbado. I would like to now invite Taylor McCarthy. He is our newest officer that we are swearing in, as well as his mother, Sharon McCarthy. Are you in the crowd? If you could come right up with us, please. Taylor McCarthy grew up in Exeter, New Hampshire. He's a graduate of Exeter High School. He has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from the University of Massachusetts Lowell, and he is working on completing a master's degree in cybersecurity. He currently works as a part-time police officer at Old Orchard Beach in Maine, where he got a wealth of experience prior to starting with us, and we'll let him finish one more busy weekend of Labor Day up there, and then he's all ours. Today he's joined by Sharon McCarthy, his mother, who is going to pin his badge, and I'm going to invite Linda Newcomb to read and swear him in with the oath of office.
Raise your right hand. Do you, Taylor McCarthy, do solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent on you as a police officer according to the best of your abilities, agreeable to enforce all the laws of the state of New Hampshire and ordinances of the municipality fairly and impartially, and in addition, to defend and uphold the Constitution of the United States and the state of New Hampshire, so help you God.
I do.
Congratulations.
I think the AC broke in here too. It's broken in administration today. It's either that or I'm having a hot flash and I shouldn't be yet, so I'm too young for that. All right, back to some serious things that need to be discussed, and that's some awards and some recognition to some officers here. This does not exempt other people that are doing some fabulous things at these agencies. At this agency, I specifically looked at a couple things that I think are real important in my vision moving forward that I want to recognize today to kick this off on the right foot. So the first one is going to be a community service award. It is given to an employee or employees who further the mission of the Pelham Police Department by safeguarding the community and encouraging a working relationship through outreach, education, and partnership. This evening, I am honored and proud to invite both Sergeant Matthew Keenleside and Corporal Brian Kelly to the stage to receive a Pelham Police Community Service Award. Public safety and community outreach are two of the Pelham Police Department's main priorities. Knowing the importance of our agency's commitment to the community of Pelham, Sergeant Matthew Keenleside and Corporal Brian Kelly have taken it upon themselves over the past few years to continuously offer and hold classes on citizens' response to active shooter events. These classes are held annually for the Pelham School District and its students. The classes are also offered and held at places of worship in town, as well as the Pelham Town Hall for town employees, where it is opened, and it has also been opened for members of the public. Over the past few years, Sergeant Keenleside and Corporal Kelly have held over 16 classes, which instilled a sense of safety and awareness to over 1,000 active participants. By holding regular classes, Sergeant Keenleside and Corporal Kelly have furthered the mission of this agency and continued to educate our community and the citizens we serve. Through the actions and commitment of these officers, our agency has assured that the community is aware and prepared in the event of an active shooter incident. Today, August 31st, 2022, I commend these officers' actions and commitment to the citizens they deeply care for and safeguard. They have furthered our partnership with the school district and key stakeholders in this community. It is with great privilege that I award Sergeant Matthew Keenleside and Corporal Brian Kelly with the Pelham Police Department Community Service Award. Congratulations. The next award is the Chief's Achievement Award. The Chief's Achievement Award is awarded to employees for highly professional conduct or behavior which brings great credit upon themselves and the Pelham Police Department. Consideration for the Chief's Achievement Award includes consistent outstanding enforcement or other police activity, outstanding community service or a policing project, or completion of a complex assignment or project that brings credit to the department. This evening, I would like to present two Chief's Achievement Awards. The first award is going to go to Celia Lingley, the Administrative Assistant to the Chief and our Accreditation Manager. Celia. CALEA accreditation requires an agency to develop a comprehensive, well-thought-out, uniform set of written directives. This is one of the most successful methods of reaching administrative and operational goals, while also providing direction for our personnel. Celia Lingley, the Administrative Assistant to the Chief of Police, is also the full-time accreditation manager for the Pelham Police Department. The role of accreditation manager is dynamic, and maintaining compliance through the Commission of Law Enforcement Agencies is a difficult task. This project takes place daily, and as standards change, Celia continues to oversee policy development and implementation of all mandated standards. This includes making sure our personnel are modeling the best practices while remaining professional as they enforce the laws and ordinances that also guide them. Our agency earned the status of national accreditation through CALEA in 2017. This systematic process opened up the ability to have an outside entity review our policies and observe our policing model. It also requires yearly audits of our agency's internal performance. By demonstrating compliance, we are proving that we are one of the best agencies in the state of New Hampshire and follow a national model of best practices. In 2021, Celia was instrumental in the successful completion of our first reaccreditation process with CALEA. This process remains demanding for the accreditation manager and every employee. Celia assures our continued success. Maintaining the status of national accreditation through CALEA will remain a top priority, and we are grateful for your continued efforts in bringing this distinguished credit to our department. It is with great honor that I present Celia Lingley with the Chief's Achievement Award for the continued completion of this complex assignment. The second Chief's Achievement Award will be presented to Officer Stephen Russo for outstanding investigative work in collaboration with New Hampshire State Police Troop G. I'm going to ask that Officer Stephen Russo join us on the stage. Officer Stephen Russo is assigned full-time to the Patrol Division. As he was listening to roll call and hearing additional complaints come into our agency reporting fraudulent practices by a local used auto dealership in Pelham, he took it upon himself to connect all the reports that our agency had received over the past year. Officer Russo put together a pattern of fraudulent practices and reached out to New Hampshire State Police Troop G in collaboration with a joint administrative and criminal investigation. New Hampshire State Police investigator worked with Officer Russo to complete and execute a search warrant at a local business on May 3rd of 2022. The investigators from State Police said that they had never had a local agency put together a solid case dealing with title fraud and odometer tampering in a way that Officer Russo had. As a result of Officer Russo's investigative work, the local business and its owners are facing over 40 criminal charges of title fraud and odometer tampering and approximately 100 business and administrative violations. The thorough connection and pattern that he provided with proof has allowed New Hampshire State Police Troop G to work with the Department of Motor Vehicles to suspend the business practices indefinitely. It is with great honor that I present Officer Stephen Russo with the Chief's Achievement Award for this complex investigation into fraudulent practices, as well as the collaboration that brought great credit to our agency when working with New Hampshire State Police. Stephen Russo. Congratulations. A Life-Saving Award. The Life-Saving Award is awarded to officers or civilian employees who have saved or attempted to save the life of another. Today I would like to recognize Corporal David DeRoche, if he could join us on the stage. On January 29, 2022, Corporal David DeRoche conducted a well-being check on a male subject that was reportedly suffering a mental health crisis. When officers checked for the male at his residence, they located a residence open and blood drops in the doorway and found that the male had left on foot wearing a t-shirt and pants, according to his neighbors. Visibility was poor that day as there was an ongoing snowstorm. As Corporal DeRoche went to look for the male, dispatch received a phone call reporting that the male was walking on foot in a t-shirt in the area of St. Patrick's Church. Corporal DeRoche immediately responded to that area, and when he exited his police cruiser, he was able to locate footprints in a snow-covered roadway. The footprints led out to Route 38 on Bridge Street. Corporal DeRoche stopped and spoke to a witness and saw the male walk across the intersection of Route 38 onto Main Street. Corporal DeRoche crossed the roadway and continued to follow the footprints in the snow-covered road for approximately a mile and a half. The footprints led him to the Peabody Town Forest, located off Briarwood Road in Pelham, New Hampshire. Knowing the treacherous conditions, the possibility that the male was injured, and had suicidal ideations in the past, coupled with the fact that he was seen only in a t-shirt, Corporal DeRoche called for additional officers to assist for the search of the male. Once additional officers arrived, they walked into the Peabody Town Forest and were able to locate the male subject face down in the snow. He was in psychological crisis and was located with self-inflicted stab wounds to his chest and his torso. Officers were immediately able to get him medical attention. Due to Corporal DeRoche's recognition of the severity of the received report and his ability to follow the footprints patiently and intently on the snow-covered roadway for over a mile and a half, it is without reservation that Corporal David DeRoche saved the life of that male subject. It is my distinct honor and praise that I commend Corporal David DeRoche with the life-saving commendation. Well done. Before I move on to the last two recognition awards, I just want to mention, so I was supposed to be sworn in on September 1st, and there's a family in town that own a company called Thistle Communications. They are involved with the Patriots organization, and they came to us as we were preparing for September 1st for swearing in, and said we would like to recognize hometown heroes at the Patriots Foundation Gala on September 1st in the evening when we were going to do the swearing in. So I approached Chief Rourke and I said, is it okay if we do the swearing in either the day before or the day after? And he agreed to do it this evening. In talking to the Thistle family, this event at the Patriots Foundation Gala is a big deal. I asked, we were going to get 4 awards out, and since all of this has transpired, there were 2 more incidents that had to be recognized and should be recognized this evening. So I had chosen 2 people, and I requested that 2 people go without a date instead of 1 person with a date. And they said, actually, we have 4 seats at the table, so we will allow 2 of your officers to go and get recognized on the Teletron in Foxborough Stadium tomorrow night. So we have, yes, a big deal, real big deal. Corporal David DeRoche and Officer Stephen Russo were the 2 that I was going to send, and they're now going to be able to bring a date as well. So they are going to the Patriots Foundation Gala tomorrow evening. They are going to meet the Patriots. They are going to be up on the Teletron. They are going to show their face. We sent pictures of them with a little description of what had taken place and what awards they were getting, and pretty big deal, so very honorable. They're going to have a great night tomorrow night, and well-deserved. Two more recognitions. Life-Saving Award. I would like to bring Officer Michael Symes up to the stage. On July 24th, 2022, Officer Michael Symes was on patrol in the area of Mammoth Road and Veterans Parkway when dispatch received an emergency call for a boating accident that took place on Long Pond in the area of Veterans Beach. Officer Symes was able to quickly respond to the beach and provide medical aid to the people involved in the crash. Officer Symes remained calm while running onto the beach as he assisted a female that was seriously injured as a result of the boating accident. The female was in and out of consciousness. Officer Symes immediately applied 2 tourniquets to stop the bleeding of the critical injuries to the female's leg and arm. Officer Symes was professional and remained calm and vigilant to the needs of all patients. He also, at the same time, was able to provide dispatch with critical and updated information on the extent of the injuries for the responding emergency, fire, and ambulance personnel. Officer Symes continued to talk to the victim and assure her that she was doing well and help was on the way. At one point, Officer Symes saw one of the tourniquets was not staying tight enough to stop the bleeding on her leg, so he physically held the tourniquet tightly until emergency responders arrived on scene. Due to the severity of the injuries and the attention that the female patient needed physically and emotionally, Officer Symes remained with the patient, traveling in the ambulance with the ambulance personnel while speaking with the accident victim in order to calm her down while holding the tourniquet the entire time so the emergency personnel could tend to her many injuries. It is without reservation that Officer Michael Symes saved the life of the woman by applying 2 tourniquets and assuring they remained in the proper place until the ambulance could arrive at the hospital. It is with distinct honor that I award Officer Symes with this life-saving award for his quick and thorough response while exercising complete compassion for the victim and the victims. The Medal of Valor. The Medal of Valor is awarded to officers who effect or attempt to effect the arrest of any person who who has used or attempted to use a deadly weapon to commit a crime or to resist arrest, which places the officer at significant risk for his or her own safety. Today, I am honored to invite Sergeant Ronald Page to receive the Medal of Valor. On August 1st, 2022, at approximately 2:35 a.m., dispatch put a bolo out for a Massachusetts registered vehicle that was involved in an armed robbery in Hampstead, New Hampshire. The information provided was that a firearm was used in the commission of that crime. Sergeant Page was assigned to patrol as the sergeant in charge of the midnight shift that early morning. Shortly after the bolo was disseminated, Sergeant Page was scanning the surrounding agencies' radio frequencies when he heard the Salem Police Department radio that they had located the vehicle and a short pursuit had taken place. The information Sergeant Page had at the time was that this had now turned into an armed hostage situation, and the Salem, New Hampshire Police Department had requested the assistance of the Southern New Hampshire Regional Operations Unit. As one of the team leaders of the Southern New Hampshire Regional Operations Unit, Sergeant Page quickly transitioned his role as a road sergeant to a full tactical response as a SWAT officer. He responded to the armed hostage situation at a residence in Hampstead, New Hampshire, right over the Salem, New Hampshire line. He was the first team member on scene. The scene was dynamic, and Sergeant Page quickly engaged an armed male subject holding what may have been a firearm up to the head of the hostage. It was dark out, there were a lot of officers from multiple agencies, and there were civilians that were being moved to safety. Sergeant Page, although prepared and ready to act as needed, could not assure that this was in fact a gun the male was holding up to the female. Showing such resistance and remaining calm, he made the decision not to take the shot until he had additional information and proof of a deadly weapon. The suspect had retreated back into the house with one hostage. As additional team members arrived, they were able to get all the hostages out safely. That led to valuable information that the male had consumed an unknown amount of drugs. Due to the volume of narcotics he consumed, the male subject became incoherent and was safely taken into custody without further incident. All parties involved were uninjured, and when that gun was recovered, it was found to be a BB gun. It is with distinct privilege that the Pelham Police Department awards Sergeant Ronald Page with the Medal of Valor for exhibiting exceptional courage, extraordinary decisiveness, and the presence of mind in a very volatile situation. Sergeant Page. Congratulations to all award winners and to our entire department. We're moving forward. We're going to take some great steps. I'm very proud. I'm going to turn the mic over to Celia for the conclusion of the ceremony.
I believe that the Perriello family and Ann's mom would like to acknowledge Chief Perriello with one more surprise. If you want to come up.
What is that?
Anne, your brother Mark could not make it tonight. He lives in Hawaii, so he sent his love and proud support of you and had a beautiful Hawaiian lei made strictly for you. I have to put that on. It is when we take it back. Yeah, it was refrigerated. You want me to take it or you want? Yeah, I'll take it. It's yours. Thank you.
And there should be one more visitor.
Oh. Hi, lady. No way.
This is Raven, the love of her life.
Thank you.
Yay. On behalf of all the members of the Pelham Police Department, I would like to thank all of you for joining us this evening. We are remembering the past and looking forward to a great future. The Perriello family would like to extend to all of you an invitation to join them at a small celebration immediately following at Chunky Cinema on Bridge Street here in Pelham. Good night, everybody.
Congratulations. Thanks, sir. Good job. We're going to reenact it.
But it hasn't changed over yet. There you go.
Here we go.
Good evening. This is the July 13th Conservation Commission meeting. We have two agenda items, and we'll get to those in just a second. Right now, I'd like to ask everybody to stand up and do Pledge Allegiance, please. Flag is here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Label. Okay. The first order of business on the agenda is for map 18, lot 1216, off Beechwood Road in Salem, New Hampshire. Proposed 15-lot subdivision, which will extend into Salem, New Hampshire. The subdivision will have WCD impacts, and it will be represented by Shane Gordon.
Gendron.
Shane?
Gendron.
Gendron, sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Can't read my own writing. Thank you, Shane.
Oh, I gotta do roll. Hold on 1 second,
Ready?
Shane.
That's okay.
All right.
Karen, can you do the roll?
Thank you. Christine Kamal.
Here.
Paul Gagnon.
Here.
David Abear.
Here.
Mike Gendro.
Here? Oh, thank you.
Al Stewart.
Here.
Karen McKay here. Lisa Lysigian. Kara Cubit. Scott Bowden. Ken Stanvic absent. Sorry about that, Al.
Do we need to appoint alternates?
You need to appoint, yes, Christine's an alternate.
And
David's a full member, so
member.
you don't have to do anything there. Just-
Christine, tonight you'll be voting. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, thanks, Shane.
Thank you.
Whenever
Good
you're
evening.
ready.
For the record, my name is Shane Gendron. I'm employed with Herbert Associates, and I represent this project. I think since the last meeting, we had a nice site walk, got to see a layout of the subdivision, the roadways, and we looked at 3 areas specifically for WCD impact that are associated with the drainage. I don't think that anyone at the site walk had any major issues with the minimal impact. We're proposing about 7,403 square feet of buffer impact for our drainage areas. There was a little talk about a trail up in the back, and that's the one thing I think that I'd like to discuss this evening with the board, unless the board has anything else that they wanted to discuss with me specifically.
Please go ahead.
So I was going to go up to the board and just kind of mark out a couple, unless Paul has something.
Yes, sir.
I mentioned this at the site walk, but just for the public, why was it, Shane, that you chose not to do a conservation subdivision here?
I don't know if there was a lot of thought about doing or not doing a conservation subdivision in this case. We just plotted it out as a conventional. I don't know that thered be a lot of open space to give if we had done an open space, but we set it up as a conventional. I think they wanted to pursue conventional.
I asked that, those who were wondering why I asked that. We put in this new conservation subdivision regulation over a year ago. No one has done a conservation subdivision since we put it in. So I'm curious as to why have we made it so restrictive that conservation subdivisions are no longer attractive to developers? It used to be that every subdivision you saw was a conservation subdivision, and then they got voted out, and we came in with a more restrictive one, and my question is, has the pendulum swung too far?
I think, Paul, when it got voted out, I think we might have been getting deep into this and just decided to, pursue the conventional, because wasn't there about a year that we
Yes, there was.
without any?
Yes,
yeah.
there was, absolutely.
I think that's
Full
probably
year.
what happened.
Okay.
So we pursued the configuration under what was allowed per zoning, and then I think you brought it back.
What I would ask, just an open question, Shane, in the
Sure.
future, when you do consider them, if you find that there's something we've done that makes them undesirable, please give us the feedback, because it doesn't help us to have
Sure. Yeah, my office hasn't looked at an open space or a conservation subdivision recently, so.
And it may just be because you haven't hit a piece of land that it fits, but if you happen to hit a piece of land, then you try it and you say, wow, this new language is terrible, we don't save any money or whatever.
Yeah,
We
it
need
wasn't
feedback.
that on this project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, great question.
Okay, so at the site walk, we had talked a little bit about there's an existing trail on the property that runs down this section and connects to the rail trail. I talked to the owner, and what he would like to do, obviously the planned pad for a home on this lot is right in this area here, where it's flat. But needless to say, he would like, for the privacy of that homeowner, and I think probably for even people that would be using a trail, to get them away from wherever the planned home would be. So he's proposing, he'd like to see if we do something, a 10-foot easement. He'd like to see it as a walking trail to follow the boundary, basically. Now, there is a planned right-of-way into this property that's down in Drake-It. There's nothing proposed here at this point, but because this is a long dead end, there may be a future connection here, which Pelham Fire and Salem Fire and even Drake-It would be happy to have. So that may happen. So what we propose is there'd be an interruption probably in the easement, and then it could run down to the trolley line. And it just gets it away from, you know, the planned home site.
Can I ask?
Go ahead.
Shane, did you mean Methuen, or is that?
Methuen, I'm sorry.
Methuen,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, not Drake.
Okay, just, okay.
Yeah, wrong town, sorry.
Okay. Did I miss something?
I'm lost.
I was too.
Check north. What are those trails, or what would be those easements connected to?
Our proposal would be for a walking trail easement. We really would want to like kind of discourage ATV type of use and stuff like that. That's not what we're looking for. There's some existing trail network on the Silverbrook subdivision coming off of Salem. That's a project that my office did back in 2015. And there's some walking trails there. Same thing. Their Conservation Commission doesn't really want to promote off-road vehicles and that sort of thing, racing around behind people's houses. It's for passive recreation, for walking, maybe snowshoe or cross-country skiing, that sort of thing.
Okay, with the easement, would you just turn that over to the town, or would you create a path there?
It would just be an easement to the town. You know, they can create their own walking path in that easement.
Would it?
Go ahead.
Would it be open to residents, or would it be just for the people that live on that property? Would it be?
No, I think the intent would be to open to anyone.
Okay, and so also you said there's already an easement along the,
Building
what is it,
setback line.
east?
Basically along the town line at Salem.
Yeah, along the town line on the eastern border of that parcel, and it goes into a parcel in Salem that's
It starts at the
piece
end of Beechwood Road where we parked. So it's basically a public
the
easement.
easement that's currently on it starts at the end of the cul-de-sac, right where we parked.
Right.
And it runs along the town line up that, and then did you say there's a open piece of land in Salem that
Yes.
that's the reason why it was there to provide access? Can you go to the board, can you show us where that open space is in Salem? And then if you have any knowledge about it, is it 30 acres or is it 2 acres or whatever it is, like?
Sure. I don't remember exactly.
Well, I mean, not exactly, but
Sure.
just ballpark.
It's not a 2-acre parcel. So what it is, we did this subdivision, I'm going to show you here.
Yep, perfect.
Okay, you've got the existing homes. The house lots are all about ½ acre, 3/4 of an acre. This piece of land is a big piece of land, comes all the way down to Methuen here, and it wraps all the way around all the houses on the uphill side.
On that side, on the
Right.
upper side.
And there's some trails in there and stuff, and so that easement is right here along this property line. It really would just tie right in with the easement that we'd give for that
Well,
trail.
this is what I'm trying to get at, like, you already have that one easement up that side. It'd be great if we could have, like, a trail come over into Pelham to connect where that trolley line is or whatever.
Yeah, the trolley line also, you can have an easement for walking on that.
Yeah, that would be terrific.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
it's already there and you're not going to use it, so, and does that Does that go along like that other property line?
So where it would come down and connect, yeah, it runs down basically the southern.
So it's not going to interfere with any house that you're trying to build, or like, it's not going to be going right through someone's backyard?
Remember we went down the hill, we were looking at that drainage area?
Yeah.
That's as far out as anything we're doing on the subdivision.
Okay, and then the trolley line goes
About
up?
100 feet back behind it.
Okay, so it won't interfere with any of your homes? It's not going to be like people walking through someone's backyard
It's
or anything like that?
really right on the border.
It's right on the edge of the property. That would be so awesome.
Yeah.
And then, it would also be great, just, you already got the easement up that side, and that attaches to any trails that are in Salem, but why not do this cross-border trail thing? Like, we're trying to expand, trails in town, but trails that connect to trails in other towns, that's another option that's
Yeah, so
kind of a bonus,
that easement that would come down, you'd be right on the Methuen border there. And then
Right, so then, you say you would put the easement and then just leave the right-of-way open, but if the right-of-way ever got established, that's just going to be a road, so people could just cross the road, and
right.
it's not going to interfere with the trail.
I just don't
and-
want to give you an easement over something that eventually
might-
could be a town road.
Right,
And
that
then you're going to
might
go,
be-
oh, we have an easement, you can't put your town road here.
Right, exactly. No, that makes perfect sense to
Yeah.
me. I think that's a terrific, compromise, because we don't want to give up any trails. We
I understand, but at
You
the
know.
same time, I wanted to talk to the owner because I didn't want to
Oh,
give up something
absolutely,
and
you
have him say,
can't-
well, I don't really
yes.
want people walking through the backyard of my home, or something like that, so.
Right, and that's why I think it's good that you pulled it back, so that the people will be sitting on their back porch, and there's 200 feet before they could,
Sure.
somebody be walking, not 10 feet off their back porch or something like that.
Yep.
So that seems like a great compromise to me.
The trails that are there right now, as far as, are they just walking trails, or
Yeah, they're old,
is no ATVs right now that are
I
allowed
don't
on
want to
those
say
trails?
there's no ATVs now. I think there has been ATVs in the past. I think the ATVs are getting kind of shuffled out because, like the Beechwood Road subdivision kind of came in and that area is growing, you know what I mean? I think at one time there was probably a lot of ATV activity out there because it was pretty wooded. It was a big parcel, we're talking about all those parcels put together is probably over 100 acres, and I think people were out there probably riding illegally on private property. But it slowed, I've spent some time on the property, you walked it a little bit. There's not a lot of sign of ATV use out there now, so. And the owner would like it to be walking and passive recreation versus ATV.
Mike, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question. So where the trail comes in, the existing trail now, do you access it behind someone's yard? Because it's not the same entrance as, where your road is coming in off that cul-de-sac. I'm just trying to figure out, like, where did they come in on that trail?
So that trail was a trail that ran through the Beechwood Road subdivision too. So if you keep going into Salem on that trail, you're going to end up in someone's backyard eventually.
That's what I mean. So
Yeah.
if you go in so if you were,
It's been interrupted, basically. You know
okay, that's what I wanted to ask, yeah.
It's been interrupted.
Because I know
by
some families that use that trail from Salem to go down to Forest Lake. So they must either, have owner permission to be able to go up that way.
Yeah.
So I was just curious, that's all. Yeah, because it's not at the same area that, where the proposed road is coming in. I figured it had to be
It's up in the back.
to the
more,
neighbor's
right?
backyard. Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions?
I have one more. So that proposed walking trail that you guys were going to put in, will you extend that right away all the way to the
Yeah, it can
to the
match-
road where it comes in?
Yeah, and
Okay.
it'll match up with this easement that we do for you, so you'll
Yeah,
get a
it's
nice.
already there, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's already an easement there.
Okay.
I don't think you're putting the trail in.
No.
You're not putting
No,
a
no,
trail in. You're just allowing the possibility for
Easement
the
if-
town to,
Somebody wants
Cut
to
a
take
trail
some
through there.
initiative and,
Yeah.
blaze a trail or something, they
okay,
can.
I think,
Granting an easement to the town.
I think that's something we might want to
Yeah, we'll put
do
that
right
down there,
away
yeah.
if this goes through, because we don't want to be all those houses get sold, people do all that, and then all of a sudden, we're over there cutting a trail, and they're like, wait a minute, why are you cutting a trail on my property? Because it's still someone's property, right?
Well, it's,
Not if
It's
right
their
away.
property, but the easement is on their property, correct?
right.
Yeah, so I think if we want to put a trail there, we need to put a trail there.
The easement would be on each of the property owners'
Yeah,
deeds?
it'll come across several parcels, so it'll be on the recorded plan, and it'll be reflected in everyone's deed.
And it'll be on
Okay.
the original big lot, right? Will you put it on the original big lot, or
So-
you just put it on, how does that work?
This subdivision plan will go to the
plan.
registry if it ever does get approved, which we're hoping it does.
Wait, it'll go where? I'm sorry, I missed.
It'll go to the registry of deeds.
Registry of Deeds,
Right.
yep.
So, in the registry, typically, we record the cover sheet, which is like the tax map, and then all the final plans, which show all the boundaries and all the easements. So if, typically, we would do drainage easements, which we'll do here too, even though it's gonna be a private roadway. Anything that, has
It's
a
like a
boundary to it.
community thing, you have
Right,
to
anything
put
that
an
has a
easement.
boundary to it is gonna have bearings, distances, is gonna be shown and recorded.
Okay,
And then every deed will refer to that plan.
right, so it'll be on, what is it, 4 lots or something like that? It's already on at least 2 of those lots, right? Because it
2,
comes up from the
3,
cul-de-sac up into that
1,
land
2,
behind those people's house,
4
right?
lots.
So it'll be all along there, and then
When
along
it comes
there.
down around the bottom there, it's gonna hit that bottom lot too, so.
Oh, it'll hit that, so it's already on 2 lots, it'll be on 3 more?
Yep,
All right, so it'll be on 5 lots total.
yep.
Yeah, that sounds good. And then the trolley line is along the backside of the other lot,
1,
correct?
2, 3 lots are impacted by the trolley line.
Okay, so basically, it's a big, like, U shape.
Yep.
Yes, nice, okay. I'm just trying to nail this down. Make sure we,
Well, thank you.
yeah. Paul had a,
Okay, Paul?
Shane, I don't know if this is typical, but could we do a 15-foot easement, which would match with the setback? I mean, they can't do anything within 15 feet anyway. I'm just, having been out in the woods and tried to lay a trail out, you come up against a big tree, a big rock, all of a sudden, 6 feet of your 10 feet's gone, and you
right,
don't have much room. I don't know if 15...
I'll agree to 15.
That would be great.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to, I don't think it hurts the landowner, because they can't do anything in the
No.
15-foot setback anyway.
No, keep in mind, when you he wants it to be a walking trail, not a.
Of course.
Okay.
Well, and...
But you
the
hit a
whole
rock
objective-
garden or something like that, you're right, it's...
Yeah, the objective isn't to clear cut a 15-foot wide.
No,
path.
no,
Yeah,
no.
that's what I'm talking. You can weave through the woods and you can avoid
Sure.
obstacles without cutting trees, and you can make...
Yes.
yeah,
Cutting big
well,
trees.
we want to cut the minimum amount when you make a trail anyway. We
Yeah.
don't want,
Other- okay.
but, and you could specify that it's to be walking and not have what would you call them, electronic vehicles?
Motorized.
Motorized vehicles on it. You could put that in there, that this is a passive recreational trail, no motorized vehicles or whatever. Sorry, Mike, I know you like the snowmobiles or whatever, but,
I don't really see much
Yes.
access up that way anyway.
yeah.
Because it just goes right into someone's backyard and there's really no...
Right, at present, it goes into someone's
Yeah.
backyard.
And if
But
people-
after this, when this opens, it'll go into open space behind that subdivision,
Yeah.
so,
But if you
That's-
took that,
that's really
if you were
nice.
gonna take that, well, the snowmobile, do the U-shape, you're just gonna come up into the,
into
it's
someone's...
gonna
yard.
end. There's nowhere to
Right,
go after
There's nowhere to
that.
go,
Right.
right.
Yeah. And then you're in Salem and now you gotta deal with, what they wanna do. So
Yeah.
I don't see the,
One other question, Shane.
Yeah.
Are there any other lots there that you're developing beyond this one?
So the lot down in Methuen, we may be doing something with that in the future. We don't have anything active with it, but we have a relationship with the owner, so they worked with us with giving the right-of-way into them, and we may represent that project in the future. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
I think in Pelham, this is probably where we stop. I don't,
Okay. Didn't know, but there was another lot behind this.
Yeah, there is another lot back there, but then, you weren't on the site walk, but it starts dropping and it gets into that big swamp that you can see from
Right.
Gage Hill. And I don't think that there's a lot of opportunity back there.
Okay.
What it,
I don't want to say never, you never know. I'm in the business of development, you know what I mean? But
Things are getting tougher and tougher to find prime land.
well, you are giving a right-of-way to that one, too.
we are. But
So that eventually could be developed, too.
it could be, but you walked it, you saw what it looked like.
Well, yeah, but we didn't go down into that. But that, on that one, that lot borders that, or borders or has part of that wetland in it, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm not sure if this applies to tonight's discussion, but I know I brought it up, I'm going to bring it up again, the busing. If the houses do get built, how, I mean, it's in Pelham, so how will,
you're talking about students?
yeah, has that
It's
been?
a private road.
Yeah, so there's been discussions with the school district, but they are unwilling to really come up with any type of a plan or spend really any time until there's a need. Every school district is required to transport kids to their schools, you know what I mean? Like, every taxpayer, every child is entitled to an education, they're entitled to transportation. How it will work in this situation, we don't know, and they are unwilling to really give us a solid answer until there's a need that is there. So my guess is that if a bus did come down, it would come down and all the kids would have to get on at the end of Beechwood Road. Or it may come that they have to be driven to a bus stop in the limits of Pelham, but I don't have an answer for that. And we have reached out several times to your superintendent, and we get very limited information. But we have an attorney that's working on this project, and she's approached the school district several times, and the planning board is well aware of it, because it was a hot topic of theirs as well.
Right, okay.
How about? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, so is this the proposal?
Yeah, I think you're looking for a recommendation of some
Yeah,
sort.
well, there's a special permit for the 7,000 that we talked about for the drainage impact, so I need...
For WCD.
WCD, yeah. So I need some sort of input from the board on that, and then as far as the trails, if you want to encapsulate that in your letter, that's fine, but we will incorporate that into the
I
plans.
definitely want the trails in
Yeah.
there. Do you want to make the
All right,
motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the plan as presented, including the 15-foot trail that'll follow the perimeter of the parcel,
Trail easement.
trail easement that will follow the perimeter of the parcel and will connect to the trolley track.
And the 7,403
403.
WCD.
foot WCD
Which is the
impact.
proposal, yeah, it's the
Right.
current proposal.
I just want to specify. Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Who seconded?
David.
Okay. You got
I'll-
to call for a vote.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? I also vote aye.
Okay, 600.
Correct.
Great.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Shane.
folks, I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So when are you going before planning? We got to send a letter to them?
Not for a couple of weeks, I think.
Okay. All right.
We got a couple of points for this, Shane. We were easy on you.
Meaning I've been in front of this board long?
I thought you'd say that.
You're welcome. Okay. Second item on the agenda,
Not so easy on you.
Oh, I was just going to say, no way.
Hold on tight.
Not how it works.
is map 35, lot 1035, map 41, lot 10312, and map 27, lot 280. Courier Road, Hines Lane, explanation of the proposed mitigation of Hines Lane for the impact on the prime wetland buffer in the subdivision off Courier Road.
Was that too confusing? Al?
No, you did a great job.
I figured the more I was writing, the more it was getting like, whoa, maybe I'm putting too much here.
You do an
This is
outstanding
a
job
little
of
bit-
being articulate and completely
Thank you.
clear.
This is a little bit of a complicated case, and like, have you saw it, you were on the board when we did this, right? That was a couple of years ago, yeah?
What's that?
Yes.
You saw, but Christine and David never saw the actual subdivision, like we already voted on that, so that's not
Correct.
part of tonight. It's gonna be a discussion of how to mitigate the
Impact.
use of, the impact to the wetland, the prime wetland, 100-foot buffer.
The buffer,
So,
correct.
not the wetland itself, the buffer.
And as it stands right now, the state protects that area and requires a 10-to-1 compromise for mitigation of the
Yes.
impact of the development.
Well, we have 10 members, but it's fine, yeah, and it's good,
funny.
don't give us too many sheets, like just what we need, not, yeah,
Thank you, sir.
it's perfect.
One aerial in this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll sit for a minute and then I can point around. Luke Hurley, Gove Environmental Services, here on behalf of Bob McCarthy, the developer. I think you had just kind of had some small talk about this while Paul and I were pinning stuff up. This had been before you, I'm not honestly sure when, 2018, 19-ish, I think. It was brought to my attention, it's been a while, maybe 2020-ish, when it came time for stamping the plans. And I said, we've been involved in this project, my office, for probably since about 2017 or 18. We had done all the delineation for another engineer, another client. They decided not to go with it. Somebody else picked it up, and so we went back out, verified all the flags, wetland flags, and then we're kind of here where we are now. So it came to my attention when they were looking for a stamp, and I said, okay, I don't know what's going on with there. Send me the plans. They sent me the plans, and I said, oh, that's state prime wetland buffer. And they said, oh, what does that mean? I said, well, it means you need a permit, and also because it's state prime wetland, you need to have mitigation for that also. So we've been working on that mitigation aspect for the past. It's been at least a year, if not a little bit more, the real digging into trying to find a conservation parcel and working with the state and working with the town to try to find some parcels, working with the state to see what they would accept for mitigation, and I think we ended up finding a pretty good parcel. But do you want me to go up to the board and kind of point at things to kind of give a little bit of an overview?
highlights.
Yeah, it's been a bit.
Okay.
I
The
will.
stamp that you're talking about is the engineering stamp approving the plans?
It's the wetland stamp, the certified wetland stamp to put on it when they were, and I'll talk about it as I go up.
Can he just, show us the Courier Road thing, like where the issue is?
Yep.
And then show, like, how
Yeah.
you're mitigating
Where the
what you're
problem
doing there.
That's why I
came
brought-
from.
I
Yeah,
brought-
just give us the whole.
Yeah, I didn't, it's like a 52-page plan.
No, we don't need
so I
all that,
brought-
but just-
I was gonna bring just the original, because it's on now. Karen, as
Right.
you had asked, to bring kind of the impact area, what's concerned.
Right.
The proposed conservation parcel, but I also thought that I'm gonna bring the overview plan too, just.
Perfect.
Just as a refresher.
Yes,
Courier
please.
Road, Speed Drive is down here, Pasture Lane is down here. It's actually prime wetland 42. As part of the process, I went up to the state and I reviewed the prime wetland, I guess it's like the prime wetland proposal report that Mark West had done. He had done a couple, he did the one over on this side that I don't know if it was 37, 38. This is prime wetland 42, I believe. So as part of the proposed project, they have their, I think it's a 42 lot subdivision.
Correct.
Think, yep. And so they have impacts to the sorry, it just sounded like it shut off, which their WCD impacts are 16,513 square feet. So I'm sure, my guess is Shane was probably here as part of this, a few years ago, going through the process with you folks and going through planning, I think ZBA too. So there were, and still will be, 16,513 square feet of WCD impact, which is a 50-foot, but also, since this is a prime wetland, it has a 100-foot buffer, and because it's a state prime wetland, I'm going to cough in a minute, that's where they need an application to do the work that they're proposing, which is this, within that. And again, as I say, that because it's state prime wetland, they need mitigation for it. So this area that's in here, I don't know if you folks can see it. I don't know if I put it in that little packet.
That's
But
not great.
the proposal for the impacts down here is only for their stormwater. There's no structures, there's no houses, there's no driveways, there's no roads, there's no pavement. It is just for the stormwater basins that are going to be put in here. That impact, it's all in the upland buffer, is 47,384 square feet. And what these basins are actually going to be, they don't have it on one sheet, and I apologize for that, but I think you folks have that in the little packet that I gave you. It's essentially going to be a combination of a wet basin and then kind of it's almost like a forebay, and I think the other term is an afterbay. But so a portion of it is going to be a wet basin, and then the other portion is just going to be like secondary overflow, which is going to be dry. So there is going to be water proposed in it all the time as designed. So in order to get the drainage and everything to work, as the site goes like this and slopes down fairly significantly to the back where the prime wetland is, all the drainage is just gravity, so it's all going down, and then it's going to be going into this area, which is, this portion is really this portion of it. But as I say, it just doesn't fit on a plan to scale very well. So as I say, that's kind of quickly, just as an overview, but I can give you more detail if you need it, if anybody's not familiar with the project.
Can you
yeah.
show where the road is, I guess, all right.
Yeah, like the through road?
Yeah, it's so hard to see on this. Can you show, just show on the big
So the big
blow-up
one, this
section.
is the through road it's not even a
Okay.
through road, so I don't want to call it that so
No,
much.
no, it's
but
a
it is.
dead end
Yeah,
up
but so it's
there.
coming off of Pasture Lane.
Yes.
Which is going to be proposed Thistlewood Drive coming up, and it will
Yep.
be connecting through to Clover Lane. Thistlewood Drive is a dead-end cul-de-sac, but there's
Okay.
connection all the way through, which is probably a fire safety thing, is my
Yes,
guess. I
all
wasn't
right.
involved in any of the meetings, but it comes all the way through and down and
Okay,
around.
and then on
Which is-
that plan that you're on, can you show us where
Oh, you can see it there.
the blow-up impact is?
Yes, see this area in the pink?
Right where his finger
Well,
is.
yeah, we can't see any.
I know, I'm trying to follow with my
Yeah,
fingers. I'm
okay,
looking at
so
that.
that's
Yeah,
the
thank you. So-
area that's the blow-up.
Yep, this area right here is
Okay.
this.
Okay.
And as I say, this portion is this. So this is like that, which curves up to be with that. It's kind of
Okay.
hard to explain when it's
All
on two
right,
separate
yeah.
plans, and it's so
Yeah.
big that they just didn't put it on there. But
Bouncing all
again,
over.
this is Thistlewood Drive coming in right here. And
Okay.
it goes up, and then it's going to go all the way up and around here and come back down, and then the cul-de-sac goes up there.
Okay.
Just way off the site, but just to give you an idea. So, as part of the process, the only reason why it came up was, it was really a timing thing, which I don't think anybody knew timing-wise or whatever it was. But it was for the new rules, so the new wetland rules that came out in December of 2019, one of the new rules, and it got me in another project too, was for state prime wetland buffer impacts, we now have to mitigate. And that's a new rule that came out with the 2019 and December rules. And when this came to me, I said, well, based on the new rules, we do have to mitigate for these impacts now. So, as I say, we've been going back and forth with the state, working with them, we were initially trying to see what we could do on site. I do know that there's a significant amount of open space on site that's already been accepted. I guess accepted, is that the word that we used through, I think it was ZBA and planning. So it is an open space subdivision?
Yes, it is.
So it was one of them. So there is open space on site. We tried to see if we could use that, and the state said, well, it's already declared as open space, so you can't use that. And we said, okay. We put together a quick proposal and we actually mapped out all the invasive species along this. And in the application that you folks have a copy of, it's not all the pictures that we had, but it's most, if not all of the pictures that I have for the application. There's invasives all the way through this, and it's the usual suspects. Oriental bittersweet, there's no Japanese knotweed in there yet. There's Norway maple, there's Oriental bittersweet, there's buckthorn, there's autumn olive, there's a lot of multiflora rose in there. So one of the things we had proposed to the state was to see if we could clean that up and then, replant some of these areas. And they said, doesn't seem like a great plan, so we said, okay. And then we, started to look at their preservation piece for it, and looked at several parcels. We ended up finding one that we think fits. The state thinks that it would be a good fit also. Are we ready for me to transition to the conservation
Sure.
piece? Are we all set with this part?
I'm,
Kind of?
you
Okay.
guys good?
And as I say, if there's anybody that needs more detail, I can give you that, but it's just kind of a brief history coming up to where we are now. So it's a piece
So
of...
Luke,
Yes.
one second.
Yes.
The idea of mitigation is the fact that you offset an impact with a different piece somewhere else.
Yes, and since you asked, I'll go over that kind of quickly.
Yep.
But when we do the mitigation aspect, there's 3 or 4, depending on how you count it, options that we do. One of them is, and actually per the rules and in that application, I had to spell it all out, why we were choosing what we were choosing. The first order of business is to try to do it on site. Can you do open space on site? Can you do some sort of restoration, reclamation on site? Those are actually 2 different options. We couldn't do either of those, so options 1 and 2 are gone. Option 3 is, can you do open space somewhere in town? Can you get a parcel of land and put that aside as mitigation? The interesting thing with this is, since it's all upland buffer, we only have to meet the state's 10-to-1 ratio. The Army Corps of Engineers has a 20-to-1 ratio. Why they can't have the same ratio, I don't know, but when they did the new rules, they didn't match it up. But Lindsay Lefebvre at the Army Corps said, well, it's upland buffer, we don't have jurisdiction over that, so we won't have any input on it, and her comments are actually in the application. So, with that, we're not doing any on-site stuff for preservation or restoration, so options 1 and 2 are out. Option 3 is land preservation, which we think we have a good fit. If for some reason that didn't work, then what we do is we go with option 4, which is the ARM fund payment, and I think there was a meeting in the winter? Was it in the winter? We had a meeting.
It was a while,
And we
yeah.
discussed, it might have even been the fall, where we discussed, working on this, but allowing phase 1, just some of the work to be done. But we've been working on this for a pretty good amount of time. And Paul has been very key in helping us kind of work through this process. So it's at the very end of Hines Lane. There is an aerial in that little packet that I gave you. Not the greatest, but it's the aerial showing plus or minus the portion of land that we're looking to preserve adjacent to what has been, I don't think it's probably on the books for the town, but it doesn't show up on any of the conservation maps that the New Hampshire Granite website has. It's not updated on theirs yet, so that's, if you look at that aerial that's on there, I just kind of pieced that in just to show you recently acquired land for the town. It's plus or minus, so bear in mind I did that. That wasn't tax map information. But it just shows you what the current conservation parcels are in this area of town and how this piece of land that's at the end of Hines Lane will actually be connecting to that new town land over on the east.
Yes.
Is map 27281. So you folks now own that.
That's like 80 acres.
Yep, and then there's all this land down on the other side of Tower Hill Road, which now has been fairly recently, I don't want to say declared, but changed to, is it foot traffic only or, non-vehicular traffic?
Right.
There's
It's
trucks
a
and
trail,
ATVs without
Class
around
A
the bar,
trail.
and so now it's just, passive recreation, I say non-motorized. And then there's additional land over here. There's all this land down the bottom on the other side of Tower Hill Road. So it kind of connects into the mosaic of it all, which is one of the things that the Wetlands Bureau always likes. If we can get a parcel and connect onto parcels and not make necessarily like a central park, something in the middle where it's not going to have any connectivity to anything else. So also with the application that I submitted, the conservation easement documentation report was in there. That was one of the things the state requires to find out, what is the parcel like, what are the existing features, which is really what it is. Are there wetlands on site, what are the uplands like, does it connect to other conservation lands, how is it going to be held and preserved. One of the nice things, well actually let me back up just a little bit. For the 10-to-1 ratio for land preservation, 50% or more of that has to be uplands. So it's interesting because we're mitigating for, this is buffer, mind you, but it's typically for wetland impacts, but we're trying to find a site that has more uplands on it, which acts as a buffer to the wetlands. So we certainly have that. The nice thing about this where, I don't know if it was just kind of coincidental or not, it has 3 very, very nice, very high activity vernal pools down in the back of it where it'll be, as part of the open space land. And that's all documented in the report too. The pictures and stuff are in there. In the report, if you do look at it, full vernal pool data sheets weren't done, but the numbers were referenced in there for egg masses that were found during the spring of this year. So it's a nice parcel. It does connect onto other lands. So it's actually proposed at 19.21 acres. So it's, I'm not going to get into percentages because I can't do math, but it's more than we would need to. If we're impacting just over an acre for this, we would need, well, roughly 10 acres or so here, but we're actually almost double that. We're at 19.21 acres. So, and this is very, very nice uplands. I joke and say that it's like a developer's dream because it's open. It's kind of rocky, but the only wetlands that are here in this portion are down the bottom. So if somebody wanted to do something with that, I don't want to say it'd be easy, but it is a very nice open upland piece, and it does connect onto other conservation lands. So I have submitted the application, as you know. That's why half the reason why I'm here. You have a copy of it. The Wetlands Bureau said go ahead and submit the application. They have the conservation easement report that I put together for this, and they said we can kind of work out the details in between. Does anybody have any questions on any of this?
So the idea behind this is to take property that was not in conservation previously, that does abut town conservation land, and add it to the present conservation land? And that will be turned over to the town?
Yeah, well, I'm going to go back to.
Okay.
And that's points more. I'll be glad to. Yeah, so it's typically what the state likes to see, as I was saying. They like it when you can connect on. You take one piece of land and you slowly just build and build and build, and, at the end of it, you've got a whole portion of town. I mean, there's a lot of conservation land in that corner of town, based on the map that I put together in that little packet for you guys. So it's good to be able to add on to that. And that's what the state looks at, as I say, if it was just sometimes we have impacts that are, mitigation starts at 10,000 square feet, and then we, find 5 acres of preservation, but it's in somebody's backyard in the middle of, Nashua or something like that, or Manchester, and the state says, well, it doesn't really fit anything. You're not really protecting anything. But here, we think it's a good fit, and the state agrees, and they said, yeah, we think this one will work. So what we need to, one of the things that, part of the reason, I'm here tonight, besides just going over the wetland application that was submitted for the impacts, is the town, I think conservation would be willing to hold the easement on this, because you've done this for other parcels. That's a question, but
So
that's what I was trying to
That's a discussion
clarify.
point,
Probably
yeah.
a vote.
Is it an
Vote to accept
ownership
it.
thing or an easement thing?
It's not an ownership thing.
You would be holding the easement.
So it's
People-
a conservation easement?
Yes, the property owners would still own it. They would have limited rights. I mean, obviously, they're an older couple, but they still would want to be able to, to walk around out there. And I think the husband of the couple, he goes out there and cuts a little firewood every year, a couple trees here and there that have fallen down. They haven't worked out the details for the deed language yet, but there is an attorney working on it. So what the state said was if we work out some of those details, one, to see if the town will hold the easement on it and what those deed restrictions are going to be. And that's something we're trying to work out.
Okay.
In the interim, while the state is reviewing it, they've had it probably for a couple weeks.
From the technical aspects.
Yeah,
Do you
that's just a couple
believe that
check-off
the
items.
easement would allow public access?
Well, actually, the state doesn't like public access.
Okay.
The property owners don't either so much. They've had, I don't want to say squatters in the past, but they've had, teenagers in the back, doing stuff because they would come in off of Tower Hill, and have shenanigans and stuff in the back of their property. But the state actually prefers no trails and no public access because their opinion is it kind of defeats the purpose of having open space. Because, with the elder, I don't want to say elderly.
The idea of leaving it wild is
older couple, yeah,
mitigation.
they don't do a lot of, they don't get back there very often. I think it's just the husband that goes back there. I don't know that she does. But when you have a lot of public use and there's a lot of walking through there, the state sees it as more of kind of like an open space wildlife disruption sort of thing, where there's a lot of traffic going back there, and they certainly, I mean, granted, Tower Hill Road is right up along the bottom, near the vernal pools, but with just walking traffic, they wouldn't be concerned about any of that. Plus, it's a public walking trail, right? Tower Hill Road? Yeah.
Yeah, it's open.
But the state prefers not to have walking trails on sites, and they actually ask not to have public access. on conservation pieces.
Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So when you do these type of deals and you go to the state doesn't want it to be open to the public? Or these people don't want it open to the public and the state is going along with them and saying that that they're good with that, they don't want it open to the public?
Actually vice versa. The state doesn't like open public walking trails. On open space conservation projects, when we're doing something like that.
Conservation easement projects like this, the state doesn't want, that makes no sense to me.
Yeah, when we're doing it as an open space to preserve the land in lieu of mitigation, the state likes it when there isn't public access, so there's not a lot of walking in there and a lot of disruption of the, the habitat and the critters and stuff that are there.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Natural process.
Yeah, but that's the way they always come back and say, remember, no walking trails.
Could I ask Paul?
I think it makes sense if you think of the objective. Their objective isn't to make it good for humans. Their objective is to make it good for wildlife. And the more humans you have wandering around vernal pools, the worse it is for wildlife. So.
Well, yeah, but
their
you don't have to have
perspective is-
trails near the vernal pools.
Well, that's what he's just saying. They prefer not to have trails in the easement space. So I think it makes sense from the state's perspective.
I disagree with that, but, obviously I don't have any say about that.
So
I
the-
just think that people need to, in order for people to want to spend money, invest in land, invest in open space, you need the space open. So I understand in this case, the people are going to retain the ownership of the land, and I understand completely, like, hey, we want this to still be our land, we're just giving you an easement, and we don't want it open to the public. I totally get that. The state putting that rule on, I don't get that at all. Because in order for people to have like an invested interest in the land, that's why we've gotten so much money, Paul, from the residents of Pelham, because we're using the money that they're giving us the money to use to buy land so that the residents of town can go and use the land to walk, to ski, to, mountain bike, whatever. I just think as much land as we can get open, we get open. This is obviously a case where the owners don't want us on the land, but I do not understand why the state would put rules like that on.
Yes,
I can see why they would say, don't go anywhere near vernal pools, trails need to be, 100 feet from vernal pools and stuff I totally understand that, or 100 feet from some sensitive area, I totally get that. But to say that they shouldn't have.
To lock out the whole area.
It's very limited and it.
This is I think.
Let me just take 1 second,
Yes,
please.
absolutely. I was just going to try to clarify a little bit, but go ahead.
Now that Karen's
I've
helped us
gone on my
understand.
soapbox, yes, go ahead
This
now.
is from a very different perspective, I believe.
Yeah.
This was two choices. Either we let you give $200,000 to the state and build it anyways, or some other number,
Yeah. Different now.
or to not give away that money, to invest it in Pelham, and to
Preserve it.
allow the mitigation to occur in this town, rather than have it in any other town and have no benefit for Pelham whatsoever.
Correct.
With this situation, it's not an investment of our money. It is helping you help us issue the money to the right place so Pelham enjoys and Pelham's wildlife enjoys the benefit of your penalty.
Pelham's Wild.
Yes, that sounds
Yes,
good to me.
kind
I
of.
agree, 100%,
Well, yeah,
I agree
but
with you.
if,
Go ahead.
but no, you can go ahead. It's just, yeah, I can try to explain, but go right ahead.
No, just, I want to make sure I'm clear too. So the easement, if these people should decide to sell in the future,
Yep.
that easement will transfer from generation to generation?
Exactly, and that's what I was going to
It
say.
runs
stays
with
on
the
the
land.
I was gonna say, yes.
Stays
So
with the
what-
Okay, we'll
land.
stay with that.
Pelham
Okay.
holds it.
And no one can build?
No, so that's exactly what it is. It's kind of hard to word it, but so the way it's working, and I don't want to say you're kind of correct, but you're kind of correct. The options are, with all due respect, of course.
Carry on.
So the options are, as I say, we explained 1 and 2. They can't do anything on site because, the land's already put as open space and we can't do any restoration or reclamation out there. But the other option is, it's probably, they periodically change the ARM fund calculator, which is the Aquatic Resources Management Fund, where that money goes into the watershed, which I'm sure we've discussed before. So you apply for a grant, maybe Pelham will get it. Trying to think who else borders us.
But maybe other towns
Well,
could
exactly,
get it.
maybe Salem will get
That's-
it, maybe, I'm trying to have a geographic.
Well, that's
block here.
fine. We
But that's
know.
it. But so you know how the deal works. But so what is happening with this is, the last couple of options, or options 3 and 4, of either trying to find some preservation land or paying into the state where, you guys just, you
We
may
won't
get
get
them,
it
you may
back.
not. But for the preservation part.
To be frank,
Yeah, exactly, well, most likely, yeah. The preservation part, what happens is, the developer, in lieu of paying to the state that money that you may or may not get through a grant, the applicant, developer, who's one and the same, would buy that easement for a set amount, I don't know if they've agreed on amount, from the owners. The owners, exactly, are giving up their right to development. So let's say, I'm going to make up a number. Let's say he buys that land for $300,000, and they have the potential to make $1 million through housing, by putting in a bunch of houses and stuff. I don't know how it works. I don't know how that costs. But they're giving up that right forever. They have children. If their children said, we could put some houses up there and make some money, they're going to say, nope, can't do it. It's in an easement. So they are forever giving up their development rights. And they understand that. We've met with them several times. So the town doesn't have to put up any money for it. You do get the benefit of additional open
Of the
space in
open
town.
space, yes,
You don't
exactly.
get to necessarily use it, but at least you know that nobody can
But
ever
nobody
do
else
anything
can.
with that land. And it's really nice uplands and really nice vernal pools that we weren't expecting to find down there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So just trying to explain the process.
You're
of how-
asking us to hold the easement.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
so the
we-
easement.
The
on it.
easement
go-
itself would run with the deed, so it is in perpetuity.
Yes.
And so, as it stands, this 19 acres will never be developed, can never be subdivided. The people that pay taxes on it still own it, and can sell the whole thing. However, it will always have an easement, no matter who the owner is.
Yeah, so that plan that's up on the screen that I'm looking at, that's up on that one. If
Correct.
they do decide to sell the whole thing, which is 40-something acres, they may be able to do something, somebody, somewhere. I mean, there's more wetlands on that side, but they may be able to do something with the area.
20 acres
To
that
the
it-
west on that side, but it will run with, it'll be recorded with registry. You folks will have a, copy here. State will have a copy, but it'll show, heretofore that 19 acres can never be developed. And it's open space forever. If somebody wanted to try to do something with the other side, they could try to go through the whole planning process for it, but that area on the eastern side that we're looking to put into preservation,
Sloping.
they give up that right to do anything with it, ever.
Even if Pelham bought the other 20 acres, Pelham could never do anything with these 19. It could only put trails on the other 20.
Correct.
Yep.
Yep.
And like I said, what you're asking us is to accept the gift of an easement for the town of Pelham.
Yes, and actually accept is the right word, because one of the things I will need for the application as it's being reviewed is for the town to agree on this form of mitigation. And if for some reason you don't, then they would just end up going back to the ARM fund payment.
Right. And what we can do for you is say that it's acceptable to conservation, but the only people that can actually accept a gift would be the selectmen.
Yeah, so it's kind of a different word choice, I guess. So you folks would agree. I'm
Agree.
not putting words in your mouths.
Right.
But you would agree to this
Agree to
form of
accept.
mitigation in
Okay.
as proposed as land preservation. And if we have to get into the actual lot number in portion of, 19.21 acres. But then you're right, the selectmen would vote to accept it, to add it to the town's open space mapping, whatever, I don't know what they call it.
They're going to accept the easement.
So would
Yes.
you need to go to them too, or would we just go to them, or how, because...
Would I need to go to them? I don't, if
Well, I
I
don't-
had to,
I
I
don't
would, to
know.
propose it to them.
we could-
Would we
Whatever the
just
process
go
would
do
be,
the
if I had to,
go-between?
I'd be glad to.
We in general agree to this. It would be another letter, but the letter would be to the
The
selectmen.
selectmen, and then the selectmen would have to take it up at a meeting, a public meeting, and accept it.
Right, because its value is greater than $5,000.
Okay.
By RSA.
So you wouldn't have to go, one of us would
No, but
present it?
if I needed to, I certainly could, just to
We
explain.
could
Okay,
clarify,
we could-
we could clarify it for the selectmen.
Okay, so, can I?
You
talk?
can talk.
Okay, so the easement, rough draft, is that what you sent us, or is that the
No,
exact?
the easement language hasn't been put together yet.
Okay, what was the thing
developer-
you sent to us?
That was the conservation easement documentation report, which is really an existing conditions report.
Okay.
That goes in, and it's one of those things, that I don't, you've probably had them before for other parcels in town. What it is, it's just baseline documentation, just say what it.
Just say
what
what's
the current parcel
there.
is. It's exactly what I say, it's an existing conditions report. There is a portion in there as to the state and to you folks explaining how we're proposing this as mitigation, and I think in one of the last couple of pages, there's the ratio of what's required and what we're proposing. But it's really just a baseline documentation report, so
Okay.
if there is monitoring that's done on a yearly basis, or however the town does it,
Right.
you can say, okay, according to this report in it's probably a month or so ago, whenever I did
2022 or
it,
something.
there were no oil barrels out here, there were no old cars dumped, there were no refrigerators, there were no tire
Okay.
dumps, that kind of thing. So when you go out and if you do your easement monitorings, you go out there and say, all right, there's like 50 tires here in the back now in a pile that somebody came in and dumped them, those weren't there before. What you do with that, I don't know. But it's just a baseline documentation of what the existing conditions are. For you folks and for the state, so the state can look at it and say, yeah, it meets our requirements, it meets our ratios, we like the vernal pools, we understand they could be developed at some point. And then at that point, they accept it as mitigation. So when that part of the project when it gets to that point and they issue it's kind of what I call the pre-permit permit, but it's their approval of the mitigation as proposed for said impacts, and then once that's all signed and finalized and submitted to the state, then they issue the formal permit for it. But the mitigation part is where we are now, even though the application's been filed, we're
It's like an
trying to get
interim?
we're getting the state to the point where they say, okay, if the town agrees to that form of mitigation.
And we
The
agree,
selectmen will
and-
accept it, then the state says, we're good, we'll accept it, and then when the time frame is done, after 50 days, unless they have some questions about something, but we've been going over this for a year and a half with them, then they would come back and issue their approval of mitigation letter, which is really, it has all the standard conditions of the permit, it's just not a formal permit. It says at the bottom, this is not a permit to start work. So we're at that point in the process now where the application's been filed, and we're just trying to work out the fine details of the mitigation portion of it, because we think we have a good conservation parcel that'll fit.
Dave,
A lot of
you have a
information.
question?
Yeah, I have a question. As far as the easement, okay, we put this thing in place. Then, down the road, they sell this, okay? Is there any way to reverse that?
It's an act of Congress to do it. It can happen, but it is very, very hard to do. From what I understand from various attorneys that I've worked through, it takes way too much time and way too much money to really be worth anybody's.
I believe it has to go to the Justice Department.
Yeah,
or
it has to
something.
go to the Attorney General's office, and in my 22 years of being with this company, I've never seen one reversed, and we've put a fair number of them into open space parcels.
I like the fact that it's going to be preserved, but I don't like the idea of having an easement there that locks us so that we can, we basically, our hands are tied.
Locks everyone out.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it does. It locks out the public from public use. It doesn't lock out, the Conservation Commissioner of the town to do their monitorings or to walk it periodically. There are trails out there that they've put in over the years because they've lived there for a while, but it doesn't block the town regulatory aspect of it to be able to walk out there and monitor it, but it does block public use. So if people were walking down Tower Hill Road and saw one of these paths going in, it will be posted as private. It is currently posted as private land, but they won't be able to say, hey, let's take a right and let's walk into this parcel. It's now town land. It will be off limits to public use.
Let me ask one question. Paul, have you talked with the landowners at all? I know you've been involved with this.
Yeah, in fact, I wanted to give a little history. Karen and I met with them, a little bit to Dave's point. I want to say, I didn't bring my notes, 2009,
Yeah, it was about
2010?
10 years ago or something, it was a long
And
time.
they just didn't want to sell. They're very nice people, they're very conservation-minded. They wanted to own the land.
Yep.
They're getting on. I'm getting on, but they're even getting on more. And there's no saying that if something happened, they passed away. To Luke's point, this land would get developed in a heartbeat. So, yeah, maybe we don't own the whole thing, but putting an easement on 20 acres, first of all, when you only have to mitigate for 10, you're getting twice as
Nice.
much, and you're getting 3 highly productive vernal pools. I had the pleasure of walking this
we
land
walked
with
together.
Luke when he diagnosed these pools, and there were egg masses everywhere. I mean,
Nice.
it was really nice. These are beautiful. So, sure, we don't get the whole Megillah, but we get 90% of it. We get what we want. We get 20 acres that'll never be developed, 3 beautiful vernal pools that'll
And it
stay
connects.
productive. We just bought the
Connects all.
Zolkis 85 acres that abuts it on the east, and
Right.
we've got the whole Gumpus Pond thing on the west, and we've got the Cutlass Spalding to the south, and it's surrounded by town land. That's why Karen and I wanted to buy it. So, to me, this is a terrific deal, because as Al already said, the alternative was this developer, and it would have been easier for the developer.
Yes.
Yeah, it's taken over a calendar year to work this out
Because they
with the
could have done
state,
the
so-
whole lot. There was no A and
But
B.
to be fair, we did say you could do the phased development.
Yes.
Because that's what they came and requested. Can I do the phased development so I can start developing? And we were like, sure. And other boards said yes.
Yeah, oh,
to
absolutely.
that. So they were allowed to start
Yes.
development.
So I would recommend that we do the 2 things Luke is asking for. We should say to the state that this meets our requirements, and we approve of this as mitigation. And then we say that we're willing to accept the easement. I think those are the 2 motions that he wants tonight. Now, the easement, I haven't seen the final language, but the initial language was the language that Al worked up with the Steck Farm for 240 acres. So we didn't start with a blank piece of paper. We gave him an easement we liked.
Right.
And that we had already accepted and the selectmen had already approved. So unless it comes back with a huge number of changes, and I don't expect that, I'm expecting us to like the easement.
Why can I
ahead.
talk about that a little bit? What is the people, the current owners? I assume they have input on what they want on the easement too. Like, we gave them what we want, but I mean, are they?
Yeah.
Like, a lot of conservation easements, you're allowed to do maple sugaring, or you're allowed to put a sugar shack, or you're allowed to do some farming. Is that kind of stuff going to be in there?
I don't think so. It certainly won't be any farming, because it's wooded.
Yeah, it's
mature
not,
house.
it's not conducive to that, but
No,
I mean, are
maple-
they gonna
yeah,
have
but
some
I don't
say in?
think so. I think what they, as Paul said, they're getting on.
Well, right, but then it is their land.
Oh, it
Like
is.
you say, he wants to take some firewood, or like, I mean, can they cut a tree here and there? Can they?
That will all be written into
we
what they're
want-
looking for specifically, and that's what you folks will look at too, and it's an agreement at that point. So,
Right,
as
and-
Paul
and-
said, they
and-
have what you folks ideally like for easement language.
Right.
And they're gonna
But I
come
mean,
back and
is
look
the
at it and say, can
state,
we...
is the state gonna be good in that? Like,
Oh,
the
yeah.
state,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I don't think the
Because
state would have an issue with
What
that.
we want to do when we work with landowners, we want them to be happy. We
Yes.
don't want them to get a deal that they don't like. So we want them to
No.
have say in how it is, too.
No, as I said, the only limitation that the state really holds on to is the no public walking trails. I mean, the other stuff, they understand that there's, landowners are, going to cut a little firewood here and there.
Right,
I
yeah,
don't think he's going to be cutting a lot of firewood, because, they're...
No, no, but
yeah.
just,
But so
you know.
that, they'll take your proposed language, they'll talk to their attorney, and then Bob McCarthy, the developer, is working with his attorney with them, and so it'll be,
A collaboration.
Yes, everybody will sit back down at the table again, so you folks will say, here's ours, and they'll say, here's ours, and you're gonna say, all right.
And blend
We'll
it.
give on this, and they're gonna say, we'll give on this, and then at the end, we come to something that everybody agrees on, and everybody, I don't wanna say wins, but it works out for everybody.
Right.
Christine?
Yeah, no, I thought Karen brought up a very good point I didn't think about, but let's say they decide to let somebody go on there and clear cut the whole thing. Not that they would do that, because they sound like they're very environmentally conscientious. I'm just thinking, if there were another scenario where somebody else purchased the land and may not have the same values and decide to let somebody on there and cut down trees, how could that be protected? Could there be verbiage in there to protect?
In the easement.
Yeah, that'll be written into the easement.
Oh,
So
that's
there'll
what you're talking about.
there'll
Okay.
be, you know, it won't even be a
Okay.
matter of like selective harvesting, because they don't.
They don't want that at
They're
all.
older and they don't
Okay.
want that, and it's just very limited use, you know,
Right.
as I say, he doesn't really get around out there very much, and certainly not as much as he used to. But no, that'll be written into the easement, that there'll be no, you know, forestry practices. In some big parcels, you know, they do allow that, but
Right.
for something like this, they wouldn't have that in there, because it would defeat the purpose.
Exactly.
For somebody, and once it's in the easement, it's in the easement. So what happens if somebody violates the easement? I don't know.
Oh,
But if somebody came in and somebody else came in and bought the house and said, easement, I don't care about the easement, let's go cut that down. I'm sure there's some legal issue for it, but it'll be written into the easement that they'll, whatever they want to have in there for firewood usage, but it will not allow clear cutting or forestry practices or anything
Okay.
like that. Yeah, that'll be written into the easement, which will
Okay,
be
very
recorded with the deed.
All right.
forever.
Very good,
Yeah.
thank you.
I suggest we hold a conversation about the easement. This is like a 20-page document. These easements are very long. They talk about all the cans and can'ts. They talk about our responsibility, which is to walk it every year. They talk about how the Conservation Commission can stop any activity that's going on in the land that we think violates the easement. These easements are very comprehensive. Al knows. He read the one for the Steck Farm.
Yes.
So I would suggest we wait, take our word, since we've read the easement, that it's comprehensive, and hold the detailed questions on the easement till we get an easement back that's been agreed to by the family, and then we can say, oh, we think there's a loophole here, we should change some language or not. But
So we will see that, or that's just
we
within
have
the
to
town
accept the
attorney
easement.
and?
You gotta accept the easement language, so I don't think
Or you
we're...
could
I
ever
thought
present it
we're-
to the selectmen.
Aren't we,
We're saying tonight that we agree that this mitigation is reasonable. And that
Okay.
we're willing to accept an easement. I don't think we're
Okay,
saying
and,
we're
right.
accepting the easement, because we
Okay.
haven't seen
There
this
isn't any
easement.
easement.
okay, yep.
If I may, because I hope that wasn't a formal motion, right? Can I speak?
No, it's not
You're-
a formal.
You're willing to accept and hold the easement. I think hold is
You're a
critical.
hold the
Just so the
easement.
state,
Okay,
because the
yeah,
state
yeah.
always wants to know, you know, who's going to hold the easement?
Okay.
But since, you know, and I let them know already that, you know, the town is willing to hold the easement on, and they said, okay, file your application, let's work out all those details in the interim. So that's
Okay.
really where we are now. Paul's right, to accept it and to hold the easement.
So to move this
I have
forward
I have two more questions.
tonight, 1 minute.
Two more. Go ahead.
You're at your limit.
Sorry, I have two more questions.
To move this forward tonight, what are you asking the committee to do?
To,
Commission?
yeah, as Paul had said, to accept,
To hold,
well, I guess, two things.
Yep.
I'm not going to make the motion, but if I were, there'd be two items. One would be to agree to this form of mitigation through land preservation for the
Okay.
proposed impacts on Courier Road, which is all associated. So one is to agree to the form of mitigation, and then two is to accept and hold the easement on the proposed
On this lot.
conservation land on Heinz Road Lane, Heinz Lane.
Okay.
In lieu of mitigation. Does that make
Very
sense?
good. All right, Karen.
okay, two questions.
a minute and a
I'm
half.
telling you, I'm almost ready. Okay, at any point, like in the future, could the town, like, say these people decide, you know what, we don't really want this land, could the town purchase that land? Or is this land forever locked into this 42 acre lot?
The answer is yes.
We could, okay.
Okay, hang on.
Right,
Let's
that's-
clarify what you just said.
What?
You could purchase all 42, but the easement does not go away.
No, the easement would never go away, but I just didn't, because we were talking earlier in the meeting that this would all stay as like one block of land and it would travel with the deed.
deed.
But you could cut it off and sell the rest of it to the town, obviously for a much lower price, because the
You can
bulk
never-
of it is already
You can never cut
paid.
it off.
What?
The easement holds this 19 acres.
Right, in that, yes.
You can cut it off from the
You
40.
can cut off that line.
They
and
own 40, so you could cut off the 19
cut off
and
the
the town
half,
could buy the
yes,
19.
and then the half could
20 and
stay.
20.
But you can't subdivide the 19.
If the people chose to, or if future people that own the land chose to, they could say, well, we don't want to deal with easements and all that, so we want to sell that land, and it's possible. Okay, that's one question. And then on your document, you've got written on, I think it was on page 2, it's right on the first page, you say that the Fish and Game owns a piece of land.
There's land, I believe, down on the opposite side. I think it's from one of the lands.
It's not Fish and Game.
Okay, I thought it was.
It's New England Forestry
Oh,
Foundation.
because when I was looking at Granite and identifying the parcels, that's what it came up as.
Oh,
Okay, so
further
you-
down,
Change that down.
You should
yeah.
Drum Hill.
I can
put
revise
that,
yeah.
revise
Tower Hill.
that. If you want, I try to
Absolutely,
send you an
further down.
email about that. It's all right on the
Yeah, no,
first
no,
page.
that's not a problem. I can update
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. I just didn't want to,
Granite doesn't always update itself.
Yeah, you don't wanna
click
be-
on the parcels, that's what it comes up with, so.
okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done, Al. I'm all set.
We'll mark this on the calendar. All right, any further questions, discussions? Does somebody want to make a motion?
Does Paul want to make the motion? I'd like Paul to make it, because he knows the details. And can you say Currier Road and the lot numbers?
Make a motion that we accept the 19-acre easement on Hines Lane as mitigation for the approximately 1 acre of prime wetland buffer impacts on Currier Road. And that we agree to accept the easement. We're not accepting the easement language since we haven't seen it, but the Conservation Commission is willing to accept an easement on this 19 acres, contingent upon us reading the language.
To hold.
Hold
Did you
the
say,
easement.
use the word hold?
All right, we will hold the easement.
Thank you. Any second?
I'll second it.
Who
Dave.
seconded?
Dave Aber.
Okay.
Can we have a vote, please? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I also vote aye. So that makes it 6.
6. Opposed, are the people opposed? Opposed.
I don't see any other people, but we'll ask it.
Well.
Opposed?
I'm just trying to
Abstained?
wrap it up. 0-0. I'm just trying to be legit.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It was
I
it was a lot to
appreciate
go through, but.
time,
uh,
effort.
No problem. Do you want to keep any of these copies? Would you like me to bring things back and recycle? You can keep them for yourself.
have it
I'll
back.
keep
I've got it
one.
on,
I'll
If you
keep
don't
one.
want the paper, I'd be glad to take it back.
absolutely.
We'll take,
If you want it, keep it. If you don't want it, give it back.
We have it on electronic.
Oh, you can't give back that, Paul.
back that.
That's not his, that's ours.
But I'm just talking about the other little hand. That's your application.
You can't give back the application. We get 3 copies. The town has 3 copies.
Oh, okay.
Just the drawings.
You can give back
Well, in that
that
case, I
map
think
thing if you
I
want.
have this, Luke.
As long as you have one for the record.
Yeah, all right. So
Yeah,
let me
you
give
can
this
give
to
that
Karen.
back. Yeah, those need to stay with the town. I mean, it's supposed to be like 1 to planning, 1 to, this supposed to be 5. We're supposed to get 5.
Okay.
The town hall has one. No, we're supposed to get 4. The town hall
The
has
application,
one.
yeah, that was
We
it
get,
was probably 2 weeks ago that I filed it, so you got all 4 copies.
we got 4 copies.
I know we're done, but since there isn't a line, just kidding. The one thing I didn't do to save the paper was I didn't submit 52-page plan sets to all the other,
Sit so we can hear.
to all the other departments. This is just a by the way sort of thing. It's on the record, off the record.
Okay.
Just so if any of the other departments, like planning says, yeah, we got a copy of the application, but there were no plans, because the plans haven't changed. They have them, so instead of bringing
Yes,
4 extra plan sets this big.
we
it's just side-
appreciate your conservation
Yeah,
of
I
trees.
appreciate it too, so, but that was all, I just, in case anybody says.
What
we
do you
didn't get
mean,
plans.
on the dredge and fill?
Yeah, there weren't, I didn't include plan sets, because none of the plans have
plans are
changed.
all the
For
drawings.
the application for Currier Road.
Okay.
That
Okay.
52-page plan set, none of that has changed.
Right.
The only thing we've been working on is the conservation line. Just an aside, just so in case you're looking for plans, planning department has them.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right,
Okay.
change it up a little.
All right, change
You
it
want
up.
to do
Al.
minutes?
Sure.
Okay.
We got.
Which one do you need to approve?
Just from last month, oh, it's two sets, it's, the site walk and the, all right, the site walk of 6/29/22, and the last meeting, which was 6/11? I think I have it here somewhere. Oh, of course I can't find it.
May meeting?
6/8. All right, so we got to do two sets, Al, if you want to
Okay.
ask us.
Any questions about the 6/8 minutes of the meeting?
And who wasn't here? Mike wasn't here. You weren't here, Mike wasn't here. The four of us were here, yes? So we can all vote on those minutes.
Going?
Does somebody,
Could I get a motion?
yeah,
I make a motion.
Dave made the motion.
all right,
A second.
Paul seconded.
okay.
All those four that were here?
Aye.
In favor of it? All 4-0-0.
Well, no, aren't
Two
you guys
abstains.
abstaining? Two abstain, who, Mike
Al?
and Al. Okay, and then the site walk, I think, Mike, you were there at the site walk, right?
It was.
Okay,
Also was not.
all right, that's 6/29/22.
Any discussion on the site walk?
Nope.
A
Okay,
motion to approve the minutes.
Make a motion to approve the site walk.
I second.
Minutes. And Mike,
Dave, Mike,
okay, perfect.
vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
I abstain.
It's 5. And Al abstain.
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
All right, we're good.
Beyond that, walk-ins.
Walk-in
Christine, do you have anything that you would like to bring before the commission?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Okay? Since you're keeping notes,
Yep, go ahead.
Paul?
I would just quickly say that the Merriam Farm Town Forest and Conservation Area is pretty close to being open, and people who want to walk it can do that. There's a new parking lot right off Mammoth Road, right just south of where Sherburne Road hits Mammoth. There's a kiosk in there. We had the NRPC, this is all forestry work that I'm reporting on, since I'm on forestry. Chris Gallagher had the NRPC folks walk the trails. We'll have a map soon. That'll be online soon. It isn't there yet, but the trails have been blazed, and I think if people pulled into the parking lot and just started walking and following there's only two loops. There's a yellow loop and an orange loop. They both bring you down to Beaver Brook. It's pretty nice. It's
that the
almost
one with the
50
bench here?
acres. It's very pretty. Excuse me?
Is that the one, there was a bench put in?
At the end.
Did they
At
put
the
the
end.
bench
Not
in yet?
We haven't put the bench in yet.
Okay.
You-
That's the one that, there was a bench going to go in, correct?
There are benches that are supposed to go in down by the brook, but they haven't gone in on this one yet.
Okay.
Parking lot was just put in about 2 weeks ago. The
Yeah, it
bridge
looks
over
great.
Gumpus Brook was just rebuilt a couple weeks ago. We are going to have a grand opening in October. Right now, I think it's going to be on a Sunday in October. I'm sure I'll be able to announce that before October, but it's a very nice little piece of land, and if somebody wants to take a walk on someplace they haven't gone, just pull into the parking lot and enjoy. We haven't got a sign yet on Mammoth Road. It's being built. That should be up pretty soon, but other than that, most everything's been completed, and it's open to the public.
Is that across from Veterans Park?
It's it's almost across from Veterans Park, and it's almost across from Sherburne Road. It's actually kind of halfway between
In between the
Veterans and
two, but
Sherburne.
across the street?
Correct,
Okay.
correct. It's the opposite side of Mammoth Road from Veterans Park and between the two. It's pretty clear to see where it is if you're looking for it.
It's good, it's nice.
Nice.
Dave? Anything that you'd like to bring before the commission?
Not at this point.
Mike?
If you guys are interested, I could bring you up to speed a little bit on the ATV club stuff, if you
Please.
guys
Oh, that'd be
are
great.
interested. I wasn't here last month, and I apologize, but I thought it'd be a good idea to kind of bring up some stuff we've been talking about, so if you guys want to listen, I will
Sure.
present it. I have a couple of questions I have for you guys also. So, initially, we were spearheading the Raymond Park area. Due to some, just some irregularities in the deed, we're not exploring that area at all. There was some back and forth stuff over the last, 20 years or so, and just some language ain't right. We had the town attorney take a look at it and just decided it just wasn't the place to go to. So we are going to open up some ideas, explore some different parts of town. I would ask if any of you guys have any suggestions, like we would be happy to take any input. Areas that you think might work where, least impact, with wetlands, as far away from houses as we can, and, just open to ideas and suggestions. And I'll ask you guys at the end on that. Something that might suit, the needs of the town and, our interest in it. We have been working with Brian Johnson in Parks and Recreation, and they are fully on board with us. So they'll be a great asset to when this finally gets up and running, that, they'll be helping us out with like in-town registrations. Might not be really registrations, but just, how we can track who's going in and out of there, how to collect a fee for it, if we have infractions and stuff like that. He was, if we need gates, because, like they have at Veterans Park now, they have a way of monitoring things. So again, it's still in the early stages of that because we really, need to find the right location first before we really know exactly how the ins and outs and collection would be. But Brian is very interested in helping us out, which is great. Next, so our plan has been, and I think I mentioned this in the past, that, we have and will involve New Hampshire Fish and Game to get their input because they obviously have a good, imprint on everything that goes on, recreation in the state. Get what they suggest we can look at, things that we should avoid. We're also going to involve the fire department, have them come to a meeting, police department, have them come in so we can get their input and, good things, bad things, what they would be concerned about, things that they would like and dislike. We've also reached out to some other towns in the state of New Hampshire that have in-town clubs, and again, trying to get their input on things that have worked, challenges that they, things, roadblocks and speed bumps they've run into and things like that. So, obviously information is key to anything when you're trying to lay something out, so we're trying to get input from everybody that we can. To piggyback on top of that, at some point when we do have a location and we've got all of our, details together, we would be asked to be put on the agenda for conservation. To just kind of present it, it might not be something set in stone. It would be more presenting what we've thought of, but, everybody will, there's always a good idea that somebody thinks of something that we haven't. So opening up in front of the committee is something that we would like to do. And if it's, hopefully get some sort of a letter written, or again, ideas from you guys that you think might impact, or, again, pros, cons, whatever it might be. Let me see, another thing here. So just a couple of, items about things we've talked about. So when this happens, it would only be open from Memorial Day to Labor Day. If there was some time during those seasons that we had extensive amount of rain and there's mud, it would be shut down immediately. I believe the trails in New Hampshire open up generally on, is it May 15th? Usually like the second week of May is usually when the trails open up for like ATVs up north and stuff like that. But we were going to try and stick to Memorial Day and Labor Day. There was talk about, if we do have deep freezes in the middle of the winter, which we do get here on occasion, that, could be something to explore. But again, these are just things where, spearheading right now. As far as types of machines, there would be nothing more than 51 inches across, which would also allow us to have, police and fire to be able to get in there, God forbid something happened. But you would never see like a giant, UTV, like a giant side-by-side, that would not be something that would be invited into there.
Like dune buggy type thing?
Yeah,
No,
anything,
not
like a
that.
Jeep wouldn't be going in there, but even, there are some pretty aggressive side-by-sides that you see now, and that would not be something that would be available to go in there. As far as noise, I mean, you would have nobody going in there with modified exhaust systems. It would all have to be factory stuff. Let me see what else we had in here. Oh, then the only other thing we talked about too is, just something else that would help, maybe just the town in general would be, if there's enough area and enough room, maybe doing something like a little BMX track for, kids to go and use on their bikes, and, just something different. They don't have, much of an impact. It's a great place. Maybe on Sundays, we would open it up for families to go down with kids of all ages to be able to go down there and, use their BMX bikes, or, see people with the, fat bottom bikes, fat wheel bikes and stuff like that. But it was just, again, depending upon the location, we were just trying to think of some other things that would be multi-use for this, other than, just, using it for machine vehicles.
So this would be like a skate park, but it would be the mountain bike?
Yeah, it'd be more for like, like BMX bikes, there's a few of them around the area, they're not much, but there's one over in, I think, Billerica. And, that's something that, it's just another idea, like, Parks and Rec has another thing, the option out for kids to do. And,
Good idea.
yeah,
So
it's just,
what do you mean, Mike? Like, you say this trail, say you could get this trail, it was a few miles long, and it kind of like looped around one of the areas that the town already owns the property.
Yeah.
And then you'd open it up at different times and say, hey, you can go.
well, usually, so BMX tracks are usually,
They're like dirt tracks that are.
yeah, I mean, it's almost like, have you ever, seen on TV when you see, like dirt bikes race? They have,
Right.
where they loop
racing.
around, they do
Yeah,
jumps.
right,
This
so-
would be, we would try to put some sort of a track in there that wouldn't have anything to do with ATVs, like it would be.
Oh, it wouldn't be
literally
them using the same track.
Yeah, it would be their own little area where they could
Okay.
have a starting area, they could race around, and, you could have competitions and stuff, and again, it was just things we were spearheading that we could use that would bring more opportunity for people to use in the town. Get kids out of the house.
Yeah.
Typically a flat.
Yeah, more of a flat thing.
Flat.
If it's an area with very low impact, I mean, you bring your own material in there, you make little jumps for them and stuff like that, and berms, and, just fun stuff, that's all.
Yeah, yeah.
So, as far as like, penalties, we've been working on things like fines and, 3 strikes you're out, and, it would be open only to Pelham residents. But we, we were talking about, allowing, like, as long as a Pelham resident went there and maybe they had a cousin that wanted to come up, there would be an opportunity, because you don't want to lock out a kid from being able to go in there
Yeah.
with their family and friends. But, there'd be adult supervision, and, monitoring it as much as we can. We would have, certain point people that would be checking the area out regularly. How often regularly is, that's a discretion, but, making sure that, something does break, we have issues. We would be in there if we need to have material brought in for certain areas that are washing out. I know Lisa, do you guys remember when she did that wastewater,
Yep.
presentation?
Soak
Were
up
you here for
the
that?
rain.
I would even like to, and I talked with the group and, talked about the importance of, having water being distributed in certain areas and not washing out trails that way. I mean, I would love to get her input on it once everything kind of gets laid out, and look for different ways to, remove rainwater when it comes in and stuff like that, and how to, build some hills without washout and things like that. So it would be like an all hands on deck, type of a, group, and, we would like to try to get something in front of conservation. I mean, we were hoping for July, but, like I said, we had to take a step back with veterans, not veterans, Raymond Park.
Raymond.
And depending upon how the next couple meetings go, maybe August, and I'll reach out to see if we can get on the agenda.
How big of an area are you willing to start with?
What's that?
How big of an area? What would be worthwhile?
I mean,
You're talking about a mile, you're talking about
Yeah, I mean,
Pads?
I forget exactly, but we kind of had, with the permission of the selectmen, we had gone out with Raymond Park and kind of GPSed, you know, what trails were already out there. And I want to say we were, you know, somewhere about 2 miles, maybe 2.5 miles. So, you know, when you start doing little, you know, loops and turns,
Yeah,
it adds
looping
up quick,
around
you
and
know?
stuff, yeah.
So, the other thing too is, and I don't want to bore you with too much, but we were talking about making unidirectional. So, when you go in, everybody's going the same way. You don't have people
Oh, yeah,
crisscrossing.
yes, I think that's
So a couple of the
definitely-
parks up north, they're all unidirectional.
Yeah.
Which, you know, it's good when you're with your kids. You don't have to worry about somebody coming around the corner.
Coming around the
Running
corner.
over you.
Sideways.
Yeah.
So it was, you know, another
You'd have to
thing.
make sure there were no like blind corners either, because you wouldn't want to come up over a hill and taking a turn and someone's broke down there.
Yeah,
Or,
no.
you know, they flip their bike, or they flip, I mean,
An
they
animal
flip their
there.
machine and you're hitting them and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So you gotta,
Yeah, so.
you gotta
the-
watch for corners and.
Yeah, most of the guys, because it's all men. On the
Understand all
committee.
that, yeah.
Are, you know, they're all ride, you know, they've all been driving, you know, different types of machines for years, myself included, and, you know, the unidirectional trails, especially with kids, they're just so much easier, and you know what, they can have just as much fun doing that.
Yeah,
So-
definitely.
So, yeah, as far as locations, I mean, you know, some of you guys know the area better than better than me, but we're always, you know, if you guys have some input, you know, please feel free to reach out to me or Jake Roto. And, you know, we'll be doing site walks that we do put out, you know, to the public, because we have to. And, you know, you're welcome to come on any of these site walks that we do.
Oh, do you post?
Yeah, we have to post them, yeah. But if you guys want, I mean, the posting in town, I think, is what, the front of the,
Yes.
you know, front of there, and I don't know, somewhere publicly, but if I see public, if I do see some sidewalk stuff come on, I'll blast out an email to the group if you guys are okay with it. And you're welcome to come on it. And,
Well, when you post, have you had any site walks yet?
we had one over at Raymond Park.
Before you
was about-
decided that wasn't gonna work?
It was it was before we found, it was before.
So
then,
you
yeah.
can, Brian Demers is the.
Yeah, I've talked with Brian since.
Right, so
yeah.
you should, if you're going to have anything, public meeting or a site walk that's open to the public, you should shoot him a agenda or a
Yeah.
notice or whatever, because he will post it on the calendar and he will post it on
Like PTV
the
and all that,
website, you know
yeah.
what I mean, and stuff like
Perfect,
that.
yeah.
I don't know if he posts on PTV, you could talk to Linda. You
Yep.
could send something to Linda, I can send you her email and you could.
But I'll
send
email
something-
all you guys too, just, you know. just-
For sure,
it's
but I
easy to
mean,
miss
that
it,
way,
yeah.
if you are trying to get like, you know, people from the public aware that
Yeah.
what's going on and let them,
We,
you know.
we've been
comments
trying to
and-
meet every other week on Tuesdays, and it's usually right here, it's open to the public.
Yeah, are you
so-
keeping a little, like, just a quick little minutes?
Yeah, Selectman.
Okay.
Jason Croto's been keeping the minutes and all that
Oh,
stuff.
okay, yeah, because you.
It's a legit
just-
meeting, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, because you don't want to forget what we said and stuff,
Yeah.
it is an important thing to.
No,
to
absolutely.
keep,
I mean,
just so
it's-
that you don't
Yeah.
get.
You know, we've had opposition to it, which we expected.
Yes, yes.
And we've had a lot of people that have complimented, so it's like everything in
Yeah, I
America.
think you're going to be about half and half with people.
get
Some
that.
Yeah.
people.
So, I mean, a lot of the stuff is it's a lot of knee-jerk happiness or knee-jerk aggravation. Because really, you know, we don't even know what we're gonna lay out to everybody. So the good point, you know, once we have everything together, honestly, I mean, you know, a business in general, if they put a suggestion box up, they're looking for complaints. They're not really looking for the, you know, how good everything is doing. You want to know the things that need to be fixed. You want to know how to, you know, what the opposition is. And if we can, you know, once we kind of lay everything out and we have everything laid out and put it out in front of you and it's on TV and people can watch it, it'd be great to get the feedback back then. But the knee-jerk reaction stuff we're getting right now, on both sides, it's just tough because people can ask questions till they're blue in the face and we can just say, we don't have anything
Right, you're
to
still
lay out to
working
you
on it.
yet. Yeah. So,
So I have a couple questions to ask you, because you just said you don't want any questions.
I do want questions. I love questions.
So you were saying that, you know, it's basically going to be designed for like Pelham residents or
Yep.
whatever like that. So, say someone's cousin comes over, or nephew comes up, or whatever, would it be that you just need to be with a Pelham resident? Like, so if your best friend lives in Dracut, and you're like, hey, I'm riding on my Pelham trail with my Pelham sticker on my machine or whatever, and my buddy's coming up from Dracut or over from Salem to ride, is that, as long as are you gonna make it like as?
They would
long
want to
as
go to
with-
Park and Recreation. They'd have to, like, Parks and Rec would need to know that they're doing that.
So, would Parks and Rec, I assume, wouldn't be giving out stickers to people
No,
that didn't live in town, like, but.
No, you wouldn't get a sticker if you didn't live in town, but I...
But you could get like a notice,
day
like a
pass.
notice, yeah, like
Yeah,
something
day
like
pass
that.
of some sort. Yeah, we
You
would
were
want to
gonna
know
be
they're
with
in
a
there.
Pelham resident or something like
Yeah,
that.
we would definitely want to know they're in there. One other thing too is, and we do want to confirm with Fish and Game, is that if you are going to ride on these trails, you would also need to be registered with the state of New Hampshire. And then also, we're going to offer courses, so anybody from the age of 12 till 16, I think it is, don't quote me on that, but I know it's 12, you know, you can, even for snowmobiles and OHRV in the state of New Hampshire, you take a safety course. And,
Okay.
and we would set that up. So if you're the age of 12 to 16, before, you'd have to, unless you have a driver's license,
Right.
you have to have a safety course. They give you a certificate, which you can do online, it's free. I don't know if online is free, but a lot of New Hampshire, like we do with the Snowmobile Club, we do it once a year where we would, you know, it's a whole
To
day
have a
event.
class and
Yeah,
just-
usually a
yeah.
parent would come with one of their kids or, you know, or their children, and they would go through a whole class and teach them a little bit about, you know, they would teach them safety stuff, things to look out for, a little bit of first aid and things like that. So, you know, if you want to go out there and do that, you're going to need to have that certificate in order to do so.
So, I mean, would you think that, like, you would have to have a registered vehicle?
Yes.
Obviously, so, but if you had a registered vehicle in Massachusetts, and you were,
Those are things we got to iron.
Yeah,
You'd have to
see,
register, well, they can register their machine in New Hampshire if you live in Massachusetts.
well, I mean, but if you, yeah, I mean, I guess.
Like I
if you-
ride my snowmobile in Maine, I have to register in Maine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And so you have to register in in New Hampshire and Maine?
Yep, Mass or Vermont or.
Well, wherever you-
Yeah.
It's not like a car.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know anything
No,
about it,
that's
I'm
okay,
just
yeah.
asking like how that
So,
would
so in
work.
New Hampshire, they have, no, I should say, in the Northeast, for snowmobiles, they have one called the Reciprocal Weekend. So, and it's to try to get more people to get involved.
Right, you want
yeah.
people interested,
So
yeah.
if they'll say, listen, if you're registered in New Hampshire, you can also ride in Maine and Vermont this weekend. And each state does that like once a week.
So you would have, you could have a registration for 3 different states, and it's not like a
and
vehicle,
Canada.
a car, yeah. Oh, that's really strange.
Everybody wants their fee.
Yeah, everybody
Right,
got
I
their hand in the
guess.
cookie jar,
Well, you
right?
know what, though? You need it to maintain the trails, you
Yeah.
need it to, for safety and stuff like that. Okay, and then one other thing,
Sure.
have you looked at, like, double dutying any of the snowmobile trails? Or is that too, like, broad of an area?
Too
or
much, yeah.
kinda-
I mean, the goal is really not to
Is
get
to
too
try to-
involved with the snowmobile club and with the trail system. I
Okay.
mean, would this area likely be a area where the snowmobiles might ride in the winter? Yeah, of course, you know,
But not starting out that way with this club?
No,
like-
because I think, as everyone knows, there is a lot of town land that has deed restrictions for wheeled vehicles.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
snowmobiles are exempt from that.
So I wonder if that's one thing we should look up too, is see, because we have a lot of town land, but
Yeah.
some of them might already have a restriction that you can't use. Have you looked into any of
Well,
those yet, or?
The initial look at Raymond Park came back as no issues, but, again, we had Attorney Radican take a look at it, and, you know, somewhere along the line, the Boy Scout camp wanted it, and then they needed to get some work done in the area, and they were like, we don't want it back, we're giving it back to Parks and Rec, and Parks and Rec said, all right, we'll take it back, but somewhere along the line, there was something written about, you know, one area didn't allow for wheeled vehicles. There's a whole section that it looks like that you could, but the one big drag that runs from, I don't know how well you guys know the area.
Yeah, it's one long skinny piece in the.
Yeah, it's like a railroad bed almost. It
Yeah.
goes from the soccer field all the way to the Boy Scout camp. And that's kind of a key part of the cog, you know?
Yeah.
So it, so, you know, we kind of had hopes up, but, you know, hey, you know, setbacks are important. So, yeah, the first thing will be obviously checking out areas and then, you know, checking the deed immediately on it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, if you check,
Yeah.
because that might rule out places right away, and then you're not
Exactly.
spending time like walking it or looking at it. I'd do that the
And
very
it
first
could
thing.
put a kibosh on everything. You never know.
Yeah,
So.
exactly.
Any other questions?
I just think what you're doing is awesome.
We're trying.
Wait, you gotta talk into the microphone, because I can't hear you and I won't.
I just said that what they're doing is awesome.
Yeah, it seems like it's coming along, that's a
Yeah,
lot
the
of
goal
information.
is to try to put something together, you know, keep it small, spearhead it, find the problems, and see where it goes from there.
Okay.
If it can expand in another area, great. If it can't, and we have a nice area, I mean, Pelham seems to have a, you know, you guys kind of created the whole conservation committees around here and buying land, and there's a lot of good things that this town does that a lot of towns are starting to implement, and maybe this is one of them, and we'll see. Who knows?
Very good.
Okay.
Something else for a walk-in, Ken?
I just have this quick, we got this notice, it's actually addressed to you, but I pick up the mail a lot, so,
Good.
and you and the Pelham Conservation Commission, so. This is Hillsbury County Conservation District invites you to attend the 2022 Summer Legislative Tour, which is Wednesday, July 27th, at Woodmont Orchard, Silver Lake Road in Hollis, New Hampshire, from 12 to 2. You need to RSVP by 7:20 to Kerry Rick Road, and it gives the phone number or an email. Just learn about the history of the Woodmont Orchard, ongoing conservation efforts, and farm equipment demonstrations. So I don't know if anybody's interested in that. I don't even know what if it costs anything. I could probably look that up and send it to people.
Yeah, just send it out.
You know, and if you were interested, you could just sign up or whatever.
Absolutely.
So they want to sign up by 7:20, so I'll try to do that this week, by this weekend, and if anybody's interested in just checking it out. We also have, coming up, it's not till like, I think it's beginning of November, would be the, help me out here. The
Conservation?
Conservation.
New Hampshire?
New Hampshire Association Conservation Commission. There's like a,
Annual meeting.
yeah, yes. Thank you, Al. You should be saying this, not me. The annual meeting, and they have all kinds of classes that you can take and stuff. It's usually on a Saturday, maybe half a day or till 2 o'clock or something like that. And you can sign up for different sessions and whatever you're interested in.
All very worthwhile.
It's worthwhile. Usually new members go to it. I've only gone once. I think Paul's gone a couple of times over the years. You've gone once, right?
Yep.
I don't know if you've ever gone.
I might have went to one.
You're real busy, so I don't know if you ever, if you ever did it.
I look for the Zoom meeting.
But yeah, no, it's an interesting thing. I don't know if it would be online this year. I think it might have been online last year or the year before
Yes, it was.
because of the pandemic. But you just sign up, the town will pay for you to go. It's usually around $50 or something like that per person, but you just submit that to the town and they'll pay.
Manchester or Concord.
Yeah, it's usually not too far. I think I went to one in Merrimack, was it Merrimack or something like that?
Various
So,
schools.
yeah, but it's an interesting thing to go to, and it's got a lot of different sessions, you know. So that's coming up. I'll let you know when that's,
And the date is?
yeah. Yeah, it won't be till like November, I think it's November.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Al.
All right, my turn. What was handed out tonight is the final copy of the natural resource inventories for Pelham, New Hampshire, as completed by the NRPC. Karen, Paul, myself, Dina. These two have done a great deal of work on it. I certainly appreciate it. We're now current. It had been a little while since we had revisited it. I would advise anybody to either look at this copy or the copy online, and it would be very helpful. In addition, I think I had sent out to new members the Conservation Handbook, as well as my condensation of the RSAs. And what it talks about is what the purpose of conservation is. The purpose is to utilization and protection of natural resources and the protection of watershed resources. And it tells us what we shall do and what you may do. And that to understand we are an advisory committee to any of the other committees as well as the selectmen themselves. One of the things that the natural resources inventory is a guide for is for the development of a current conservation plan. I had talked to NRPC through email, and the natural resources inventory cost us $3,800. They would be willing to help us out with a conservation plan to make it current for $2,800. I think it may well be a good investment and give everybody an opportunity to think about what the conservation plan looking forward may be. Why I'm a little focused on this is because we're on the master plan committee, which meets tomorrow night, which is trying to establish a vision for Pelham for the next 10 years. Think about it. We'll talk about it at the next meeting. Outside of that, one of the things that have come up at the the master plan committee meetings is that there's a great deal of concern about our aquifer. The reason for that is there's no sewerage in town except for our own septic tanks and leach beds. And in the past, and I don't know exactly how far back, the water, drinking water at the school system was shut off due to contamination of the aquifer. This goes back probably 20-some years. It appears that with those people in attendance, from a memory standpoint, when they capped the waste dump that was on, Simpson Mill Road, the problem went away. It was never proven, so on and so forth, but there's still a great deal of concern that there was never a bottom put into that prior to it being a dump site. And even though it's monitored, and there's an annual report sent to the state, that we may want to consider encouraging a collection of some well water data to establish a baseline and make sure that we do not allow degradation of the aquifer. There is a aquifer conservation zone, I believe. I was told that from planning, and it was not part of any of the zoning that I recognized, but it's something we may want to look into. But wastewater and drinking water, since it was a significant part of our natural resources inventory, it may be something that we would like to consider in the future, is to collect some of that data. Diener, I believe, who was our resident environmentalist in planning department, is starting to collect some test data on water from the outflows that they've identified in the town, of which there are about 400 of them. It may take some time to collect all that data. Okay, that's
Is that,
about it
that's
for me.
stormwater, right?
Hers is stormwater, but the same
yeah.
testing applies. The big concern was to see if there was any petroleum pollutants in anybody's drinking water. And to see if there was any planning, zoning changes that would help that not occur. Okay.
Now-
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm changing the subject if that's okay.
Okay.
I, as a representative of forestry, should have mentioned that several members of the forestry committee have also gone out to Woven Park and Little Island Park and tried to make those trails more age-friendly, they're calling them. So they've done some trail improvements, and folks who maybe in the past were reluctant to go hiking the trails thinking they were too difficult might want to try hiking either Woven or Little Island Pond. There's a couple relatively short, well-marked, and relatively flat trails for people to try, so.
Do you know if forestry has notified the community center?
Absolutely, oh yeah,
Okay.
Sarah Landry was involved, and there are people from the community center that helped with the trail improvements. And the hiking group from there, I believe, has hiked
Okay.
some of these.
Pause, Pelham Awesome Walkers. Okay, anything else?
One last thing, and I'll be
Yes,
2
sir.
seconds. So, Karen, as of right now, we do post all of our meetings, like everywhere, including social media.
Oh, okay.
And there's also, if you go to the town website and do a drop-down on committees, there's an OHRV drop-down, which has all the agendas and all the minutes in it,
Okay, that's great.
and all of our contact information.
Cool. All right.
I just had a question about
ma'am.
do you have like some kind of plan as to like where to start testing water, or did you want us to just think about it and maybe?
I wanted you to think about it. I also talked to Dina to see if she could come up with some random preferred locations.
Yeah, like, I know the main aquifer in Pelham is the Beaver Brook, like, corridor. Like, so should we be testing, I mean, this might be for her, should we be testing, like, near that, and moving, like, in concentric circles, like, out from that, or?
It would be an exercise in deciding how many wells that we could encourage citizens to test and
Well, and
share the
then
data,
That
as
would
well
be
as
another thing.
how we would pay for it.
The paying for it. Like, would the town, could we come up for a way, like, put that on a warrant next year, that there would be some amount of money?
As it stands right now,
do that.
Dina is looking into suggestions to work with the DES, because there is some groundwater, well water testing that they support.
Okay,
So she's supposed to get back sometime in the next week or two to see if there's any possibility of that funding still available.
yeah, because, I mean, we could ask, I mean, we've asked the taxpayers for money for buying land and doing these different things. That could be a possibility, too.
Sure.
On a warrant for next year, because you gotta get, takes you like months to write those up, you know, and they've gotta go through December, which is only a few months away, really, you know? I mean, don't, you know. Yeah.
Just got warm, Karen.
Yeah, I know, but it goes fast. It passes really fast, so I don't know. I
Yes,
mean,
that's a great idea.
I don't know if that's,
Put that in the minutes.
if that seems good or whatever.
Yes,
And then we
it
also
does.
have the PFAS, those chemicals, we've had problems in town, so I don't know if that's,
It's-
yeah. So I don't know if they could test for, you say petroleum pollutants, but maybe PFAS, maybe other, like arsenic type stuff or whatever. And
I will report back to you as soon as Dina has some idea.
Yeah,
of what
yeah,
would
I
be
mean,
good.
that sounds
What was
good.
brought up to me was the petroleum ideas.
Yeah.
Because they were concerned about that was a pollutant.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can only start, we might have to start small and then,
I never knew that there was such a sensitivity to it. I didn't know they had shut down the school.
oh, yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
It
I
was
don't
about
know.
20 years ago, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Believe that was how Pennachuck
Got
became
the
part of town.
contract or whatever.
Don't
yeah.
know.
Okay,
All the technical facts.
okay.
Any other questions, comments? Could I ask for a motion to adjourn then?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, That's definitely a 600.
600.
Thank you.
Thank goodness, right?
Traveling with firewood could mean bringing unwelcome and hidden forest-destroying pests like the emerald ash borer and Asian longhorn beetle to your favorite camping place. Commit to protecting New Hampshire's beautiful forests when you plan your next wild and scenic New Hampshire visit. Also plan to leave your firewood at home. With firewood, buy it where you burn it and burn all of it where you buy it. It's an easy step you can take to preserve our forests for the future. For more information about insect threats and regulations, visit nhbugs.org. Bye.